Yes.
Okay, can we have that back here? Can we then do, can we do that for a vote, please?
Well, you put it.
Yeah, you can do that.
Sure. If you want to get.
Yeah. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee meeting of Monday, the 18th of November 2024. In regards to health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit. The assembly point is across the road from the Regional Council building. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Elected members, could you please remember to speak clearly into your microphones and only one speaker at a time for clarity. A lot of items on the agenda today. The Baker's Dozen 13 plus one petition. So hopefully we can move through the business and get some good discussion. I see the historical reason for a Baker's Dozen has always had an extra one in there in case there was not enough eggs put in the loaf of bread. So we've got one up our sleeve, but hopefully we can finish it within the regular time and without dropping the ball today. Get through some good business for the city. So everyone, please turn off your mobile phones. All right, please ask Councillor Baker the opening karakia.
Mauri ora e te whare. Me mai ki tēnei wiki hau o tātou, mi hina kia koutou. Nā kanohi kitea tō tātou nei hapore ko tā manei tēnei ata ki te kōrero ki wainganui a tātou. Ai tautoko anau i ngā kōrero o Huhoki. Me ino tātou. Kimi kia te pōranga hau a te ao, kei o rangi, kei o whenua, kei ngā mata o te ariki. Kei mata nuku, kei mata rangi, kei reira koe tāne te waiora. Kei ngā maungaru ko ngā wapara whenua, he rei utaki tai ki kangaroa e ko koe ko au ko tāua nei, whiti au, whiti ora, hara mai te toki, haumi e hui e, tae ki e. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Item one, just apologies. Any apologies? I received the Mayor Drysdale puts in his apologies for the day. And also note that Councillor Sidley is on a leave of absence. So can I call for a mover and a seconder? Move Councillor Curran, seconded Councillor Baker. All those in favour, say aye. Those against? And the motion carried. Now move to the public forum, and the first item, the Acorn Foundation presentation. I'd like to invite Joe Wilson and Laurie Luke. David, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us this morning. Good to see you all. Good morning. I'm Laurie Luke. I'm the CEO of the Acorn Foundation, and this is Joe Wilson. Introduce yourself.
Kia ora tātou. I'm Joe Wilson with the Acorn Foundation, and I look after our annual distributions and scholarships.
So Mayor Drysdale invited us to come and talk to you today to share a little bit about Acorn. So we're not really sure how much people in the room know. Some of you know a lot. and some of you not very much. So we're just gonna give you a little bit of a basic background. Acorn is one of 3 local funders, so you probably know that. And we differ very much from Tecton Bay Trust in that our money comes from local people and it goes to local causes, okay? So we'll start with that. So here to talk to you about a partnership conversation. Is somebody doing that? You're doing that, okay. So where and how we work. We cover the Western Bay of Plenty. We align now exactly with TECT. So TECT, when they restructured, they changed their boundaries up in Waihee Beach to match ours. And we are committed to Te Tiriti Waitangi. So that's where and how we work. Community foundations are an international movement, very young in New Zealand. We're one of 18. They've been running for 110 years, started in Cleveland, Ohio. New Zealand is actually pretty well established for the youth of our movement. And we cover about 85% of the population in New Zealand. Acorn is the largest, even though we have one of the smallest regions, and we're one of the first. We finished our year in June at 70 million, and we currently sit at 80 million funds under management. So community foundations, how do they work? With the restructure of TECT and the way that Bay Trust is running, we're all perpetual foundations. So we all work the same in the sense that our capital is invested and a portion of that capital is distributed annually. For Acorn, that goes from 3.5% to 5%, but it's been 4% for the last probably six to 7 years. And the reason why that is chosen is that all the economic models will show is that you can have a perpetual fund if you don't give away more than 5%. New Zealand does not have a law on distribution of perpetual funds. US, Canada, Australia all do. New Zealand looked at it a couple of years ago, that the 5% that they were recommending was outside of what most foundations thought that they could deliver with investments. And so we pushed back on that and we stay with our 4%. We make annual distributions from the investment funds that we receive. So once a year we calculate that. And the most important part is that donors choose the recipients. So our money comes from local people and they choose where their money goes, okay? And about 90% of our money stays in the Western Bay of Plenty, but donors have the ability to give to a national cause, perhaps to a medical charity that might have helped them or a family member. Maybe they want to give to something in a region where their mom was from, something like that. But the vast majority of the money stays here. So we have what's called a smarter giving model, and that shows the investments and then how it's distributed. This was our very first fund, Edna Brown, a lovely lady. She died before Acorn was founded, and she left a trust with her executors for the benefit of the city of Tauranga, but they didn't know what to do with it. So when Acorn was founded in 2003, they decided that it would make a great first fund. So her fund balance to start with was $67,000. We've now given away just under $100,000 in her name, and her fund is $75,000 to $80,000. And so that's the benefit of the model, that you give money away and the fund continues to grow as long as you can deliver investment returns in advance of what you need to distribute. Okay, so 4% is distributed. 1% comes to Acorn. So even when we were really tiny and didn't have any money at all, we never took more than 1%. And then the rest is reinvested into each individual fund. And so the funds can continue to grow over time. Okay. So we started 2003 at $67,000. We had a little bit of money to give away because we've been a Tyndall Foundation funder since the very beginning. So Tyndall Foundation, Stephen Tyndall, founder of the Warehouse. They have local donor managers all over New Zealand, and we are lucky enough to be one. So we give Tyndall money here and in Eastern Bay. And then at the end of June, we had 70 million in funds under management, and we distributed $3.2 million. So that's both from our endowment, but we also do a lot of pass-through funding. So donors will want to support things now, and we do that as well. So this is how a community foundation grows. Huge accelerated growth. So it took us 12 years to get to our first 10 million, 3 years to the next 10 million to 20 million, and 50 million more in the next 6 years. And so you hit what we call a hockey stick, ski ramp. You hit that growth once the estates start coming in. The model for Acorn has been based on gifts and wills. And so you sign up lots of donors, and once their estates come in, that's what we distribute. Here, our value per estate far exceeds what you'll see internationally. And that's because most of our donors are very modest people who leave us a house. So most of our donors are pensioners. They're not ultra wealthy philanthropists in their own right, because here locally, ultra wealthy philanthropists have their own trusts and do their own giving. Okay, so donors, pensioners, and then they'll leave us a house. Most of our donors, especially the early ones, had no children. So that makes us a very positive experience for them, because if you don't have an heir and you're approaching the end of your life, it becomes a real stressor of what's going to happen to your money. And so we're able to fill that void really for people. We use a lot of research, and we partner with TCC on this. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the various partnerships that we have for those of you who don't know. So we've been doing research in conjunction with TCC since 2015, including the most recent Whakaho Takatake Vital Update in 2023. That was our first research post-COVID. And to be honest, I expected it to show pretty dramatic differences, but it didn't. But what it showed was vulnerable people became more vulnerable. And that's a really important takeaway. So people who were already struggling are now struggling far more than they were. And in this research, it was disabled people and their carers, the rainbow community, those who are experiencing homelessness, and young people aged 14 to 24, particularly Maori. So if you sum up those giant research packages into a really neat bow, this is what it showed. Vulnerable people are more vulnerable. And that's what the funders work on. And that's what we partner with the councils to work on. We adapt our funding priorities annually based on research. So we allow the needs of the community to drive where we spend our money. So the things that changed for us this year was a stronger focus on wellness, including mental health support, disability funding, and support for carers. That was not an area that we had specifically called out in the past. We also partner with TCC on event funding, so we're co-funders in that. But it enables us to ensure that we're covering areas of greatest need, and that's really where we focus our efforts. So we have a specific fund, it's called the Vital Impact Fund, that every year we allocate for areas of deepest need. And right now, this year, we're focusing on food. So food security is an enormous problem in this region. Very sad that it is, because we're a wealthy region and we shouldn't have hungry people, but we do. So we funded 6 organizations. 31% of people surveyed say they earn just enough to meet their needs. 12% don't have enough, and 4% said they have nowhere near enough. And 70% of people surveyed worry about how much their household has overall. And really for us, one of our biggest concerns is elderly renters. So if you're an elderly renter in this market, you do not have enough money to eat. Plain and simple. So we were one of the founding funders of Super Support, and that is an excellent partnership. Super Support.
Yeah, so Super Support was TAN at TCC, Good Neighbour, Tauranga Food Bank, Budget Advisory, Aged Concern, and Here to Help were the organisations that partnered together to create Super Support. And that was all about getting food out to the older community. So they sent out a ton of flyers because they recognised that the older community have a lot of pride, don't like to ask for help. So they spent a lot of time getting flyers out into letterboxes saying, you know, if you can't meet your needs, if you need food, phone us. So it goes into Here to Help, and the team at Here to Help then spreads it out amongst the others. And it's been really successful, and in this last funding round they've come to us to fund a shared social worker as well, because they recognise that there are a lot of other needs involved as well. So yeah, that's been really successful and really cool to see the collaboration between those 5 organisations as well.
And well supported by the TCC team. So our impact over the course of a year, 3.2%, or 3.2 million gifted to the community. More than $740,000 given in scholarships and awards. If you hear about Acorn, you often hear about that part of what we do, and that's Joe's specialty. And yeah, we give a lot of money. Our donors like to both support people in need, but also to reward people who excel. And so we are blessed to do both. 236 local charities supported and 36 scholarship and awards programs. That was 31 new recipients for us this year, which is a lot. And we were able to fund a lot more into the Mari space and in the disability space. Our investment returns 9.6%, 31 new funds, and 70 million then in funds under management. So we wanted to share with you what we hear from the sector about their concerns. So you want to know a little bit more about what we see and
yeah, so I've been with Acorn for 7 years now. This has definitely been the toughest year of funding. Receiving our applications in, so this is for our portion of the funding that our donors have left untagged, and they leave to our distributions committee to make the decisions. It's contestable funding, and we had about 135 applications come in. This year it was really hard to stick to our funding priorities really strictly, and there were a lot of amazing organisations that we had to put into a nice to have, which was very hard to do because you know, some of them are doing great work around water safety and things like that, but with the needs at the moment we just weren't able to support a lot of the ones that we have in the past. The feedback from the organisations there, a lot of them have lost government contracts. Oranga Tamariki in particular has pulled back. Lotteries weren't giving out as much funding. And meanwhile, the local funders such as ourselves, Tex Bay Trust, haven't got an increase in funding. So they are really struggling to top up their funding from the loss of those contracts. The increase in demand for basic needs around, particularly around food and housing, obviously. So you speak to any community centre in the area and they are seeing more people coming in for emergency food. Food bank has gone up and increased. Good Neighbour is struggling. So there is so much increased need from their people, but no extra funding coming in in fact, less funding coming in to support them. Because of that, a lot of organisations have had to cut back on staff. So we're hearing that more and more. We've lost a few organisations this year, so I don't know if any of you have heard of Star Jam, but they are a super cool organisation that works with disabled youth, and it's really heartbreaking to see because for a lot of those families that was their one highlight, you know, once or twice a week with their kids to go to that. So we've lost Star Jam, Families Achieving Balance, Te Tōna Whānau, and I think there'll be more, definitely more that we lose over the next year or two. Staff burnout is a huge one. We have our roundtables every year, and the people that run these organisations are just amazing, doing it at huge hours on next to nothing, and they do it for the love and the passion. But you know, there's burnout, and they can't carry on at the rate that they're going. A huge thing that we hear is a lack of availability of suitable premises, which I'm sure you're all aware of around the Tauranga area. People looking for places to hold youth groups or to get groups together, run their premises. There's just nothing out there. Youth, a huge increase in needs from youth. Attendance services will tell you it's huge. You read the numbers all the time in the schools. Kids just aren't engaged, aren't going. You're hearing more and more of young people getting in trouble around in the communities. And then just the ongoing housing insecurity as well, which is the ongoing things for kids trying to attend school when they don't have a home to go from, and then the fallout, the addiction and everything else that goes with that. So it's been a grim year as a funder.
Didn't know that you would know much about the partnerships that Acorn and TCC have had, actually for many, many years. You have donated land to us. We have 2 memorial groves, which are great, and we plant trees in honor of our donors who've passed away, and it gives their families a really nice place to visit. They like to visit their trees. We transferred 2 trusts from TCC to Acorn back during COVID days, Carruthers and Stewart. Those were trusts that were left to TCC to handle very specific issues. One had to do with support for elderly. One had to do with general kind of greatest needs, and that one portion of it we give to the food bank every year. We were co-funders on the COVID response and recovery funds. We're co-funders on the community event fund. We're working together to finalize the Western Bay of Plenty Emergency Response Fund, and we act as your fund holder for your Center City redevelopment. So that might be news to you. That was finished, probably in the winter. And we're working with your teams on when and how to promote that. So we act as your charitable partner, which allows people to get charitable donations for support for the Center City. And there's lots of opportunities to partner in the future. Could do an internal fundraising push for the Center City Fund. Workplace giving, Marty knows this, I've probably presented this about 6 times in my 6 years. Well over 50% of Craig's investment partner staff nationally does a workplace giving program through Acorn. Support for the Acorn Vital Impact Fund, support for the Western Bay of Plenty Women's Fund, giving circles by team, or any other ideas. Really looking, to ways that that your staff, your elected members can support your local community foundation and be involved in things that are beneficial for the community. And I think that's our last page. Yeah, so we're happy to take questions.
Well, thanks very much for that, guys. It was wonderful to hear. I mean, it's great to see the guardianship you have of people that move on and don't have anyone to necessarily, like say, pass on their estate to. That I'm sure if they could see, they'd be very happy with how you're looking after their money. Also, the scholarships and awards, which you say is probably the more well-known part of what you do. And also acknowledging the challenges that you've got in front of you at the moment. We're hearing that a lot at the moment. There's increasing needs, but less money to go around right across the board. So really appreciate the work there. And it's great to see the links with TCC and the current and future opportunities. And I'll keep talking to Marty and make sure he's got his clean out the wax in his ears if I have to. But any questions from elected members?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations. You're doing a fantastic job, and yeah, it's really good stuff for the community. Just a technical thing, just wondering, so you had Edna's progress of her fund. Do you actually ring fence and can report on every fund that you do?
Every single fund. We do that annually. We have a lot of living donors, so people who give while they're alive and get their tax credit, and then we're also in their will. So we report back to all of the donors, including the deceased donors, if they've left a family member or lawyer, somebody that just kind of oversees their estate.
No further questions? Well, just thank you very much for your time. Like I said, really, really appreciate you coming in and enlightening us and sharing what you do. It's wonderful. So keep up the good work, and we'll see you around. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Now move to item number acceptance of paid items. Number 4, confidential business to be transferred into the open. There's no business to be transferred from public excluded to open. Number 5, change the order of business. There's no change to the order of business. Item number 6, confirmation of minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes of the last meeting? Good. If not, call for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Taylor and Baker again, hearing up. So the recommendations that the minutes of the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee meeting held on the 15th of October 2024 be confirmed as a true and correct record. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Item 7, declaration of conflicts of interest. Councillor Taylor.
Item 10.8, which is regarding liquor licences. I am currently holding 2 liquor licences, so I'll excuse myself from the discussion.
Thank you. Right, we now move to item 8, deputations, presentations and petitions, and I would like to call forward Mr. Jeff Latter. He will be speaking to the petition reconsideration of Tauranga City Council's dog licence fees, and he's not being joined by his lovely wife. He's on his own. Welcome.
Good morning, thank you very much. My name is Jeff Latter. I'm about to a petition that was a while ago. Got a reply to it, which I've submitted to the council. For many people living in Tauranga, our dogs are not just pets, but integral parts of our families. We enjoy companionship and even therapeutic benefits. Yet current licence fees for dog owners seem to disregard this important bond, straining our budgets, especially for those on fixed incomes. In the Bay of Plenty, where Tauranga is situated, nearly 15% of the population are retirees, many of whom rely on fixed incomes. While we understand the need for dog licence fees to cover the cost of animal control services, the current exorbitant rates pose an undue financial burden on many residents. Yet I feel the city has a unique opportunity to follow in the footsteps of other regions that have found innovative solutions to manage similar situations, like responsible dog owners fees implemented in Auckland and many other cities around the country. Given these circumstances, we're appealing to the local council, Tauranga City, to reconsider the current dog licence fees and introduce a responsible dog licence fee. This will reflect what a responsible dog owner receives for actively applying the conditions and enjoy the benefits. Our dogs are more than just pets. They are part of our family and they deserve better. And so do we.
Thank you very much. Members, any, that's nice and short and sharp, thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Open up to some questions from the elected members.
Thank you for your submission. You refer to other councils or other cities that take the approach of like sort of rewarding, if you can call it that, responsible dog owners. So are you familiar with how they address that? Did the apportionment between the dog owners versus ratepayer, was that changed, or was it just the dog owner portion, was that reallocated? So if you're discounting the good dog owner, did that mean that the owners who aren't so responsible paid more? So how did they address that apportionment?
I can talk for Auckland, where I was there. The rates then at that time, 9 years ago, were $85, and for a responsible dog owner paid $55. I don't know the rates exactly what they are this year, but Dunedin also do a responsible dog owners. If you have more than one dog, you pay a kennel license, and although that's an extra cost, you're still getting a discounted rate to your dog license fee. That's in Dunedin. Hamilton have a similar situation where they do responsible dog owners. If you go on the website, you'll see, I think there are 6 cities around New Zealand that give a discounted rate to the responsible dog owners.
But just to clarify the question, so if you're going to give somebody a discount, means that somebody else will be covering the discount. Was that the ratepayer, or was that the not so responsible dog owner?
Not so responsible dog owner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. If I may just add to that, I think that a culture needs to be established within dog owners. You know, that responsible in this country, you find people go around picking up litter and things like that. They do it on their own back. I've just come back from Melbourne, 10 days in Melbourne, and in all the time that I walked dogs there, I never saw one dropping down on the ground, you know, dog mess, in big parks, and that's right in the middle of the city. None of the dogs were fighting with each other, so it was a whole culture that I thought would be very good in this part of the world.
Councillor Taylor?
Sort of carrying on from Councillor Kurak's question, how do we work out who's responsible and who's not? I'm just curious to see how you think that might be implemented at some point. Sounds difficult.
In here, there's a detailed what you require to have a dog, fenced in. When you're out on the lead, unless you're in areas that are dog free, leash free, and I think there were 9 in Auckland. There were 9 steps that you needed to do. They also said they would come around and check those facilities. While we were in Auckland 10 years, never had one person come to our property, but through satellite you can check if a house is fenced anyway. You know, so you know that off pat, not having had the manpower to go around to go and check every responsible dog owner.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's really just understanding if we're going to have something like a discount.
Yeah.
How do we prove that it's actually that they are responsible? That's probably the question. So, yeah.
If you do find, like, for example, if a dog gets impounded for being out and roaming around, your discount is immediately null and void. So that's what was happening. We go back to full payment.
Councillor Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Tauranga City Council staff. And thank you, Jeff, for the correspondence we've had earlier. I've just sent to my colleagues a copy of the responsible dog owners policy in Auckland, which you've got there. Barbara, you may be the appropriate person for me to blindside. I spoke. Hello,
Poor Sarah. Try one who's
I
sitting next
don't
to you.
think Barbara gave such a great response when in your absence, Sarah. There was a good response to a question I had just on the issue that Mr. Latter raised around responsible dog owners. And Barbara / Sarah, forgive me for using first names in the chamber. There was a response that you gave. Response to my question about our approach to responsible dog owners, and I'm wondering if you could recall that response, and if you could you provide it again for context?
Sorry, Sarah. Can't remember exactly what I said, but I think and I since have found out that some councils are moving back to responsible dog owner policies. But historically, the reason that we moved away from it, so this is before Sarah's involvement, is that I think Councillor Kurak's question was right. Somebody's paying, and if you reduce one, you've increased the other. And I think that a lot of councils historically thought that all dog owners are good and responsible until proven not, and there was a really robust infringement approach that penalised the not in your terms, not good owners. But I think the world's moved on from that, and so Sarah, hand over to Sarah for a more up to date.
Through the chair, possibly not a more up to date, it's just the second steps on that. There has been a lot of call from the community to look at this kind of good dog owner discounts that other councils are applying. We have a review of our animal control policies and bylaws coming up for you, and we are doing that work and be presented to you next week. And one of the key things that we're looking at is what are other councils doing? How might it be applied? And then also what's the cost of that? Because for our council, all animal control work is funded 10% by the ratepayer and 90% by animal owners. To change that, if we change the approach of a good owner and bring in a good owner discount, would that then have an impact on the proportion that ratepayers have to pay? So that analysis is being done at the moment, and that will be brought to you next year.
Yes, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Sarah. Supplementary question through the chair. In terms of the enforcement action that Tauranga City Council takes against dog owners, do you have a rough idea how much of that enforcement action is in response to actions by unregistered dogs versus registered dogs? And the reason why I'm asking that question is in response to the 90-10% split between where the cost of the activity lies.
That's an excellent question, and I don't have the data at my fingertips. What I do know is a lot of our compliance and enforcement action is associated with actually the registration process. So a lot of our staff are following up to make sure dogs are registered, and that's a very time-consuming process. I'm just looking at Nigel McGlone in the background to see if he's got any data on the number of infringements of dogs that are unregistered or registered. I can bring that to you though.
Thank you. There's some good questions there, members. So if there's no further questions, I'd just like to thank you very much for your time today. Jeff, you're very good to have you here. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
And I'll just call for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Baker, hands quick today, and Councillor Kurak, second. Anyone you'd like to speak to the motion or fine? Okay, so is open up this for discussion or debate. There appears to be none. Oh, there is. So
Just look forward to the item coming to us next week. I've heard someone say. Yeah. Is that at at which committee would that be, Sarah?
That was next year. The analysis will come next year, yes. Not next week.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, just a quick one, and it's to do with admin. It's looking at the petition. There's a lot of people from overseas. Do they count as petitioners to the council?
I'll take that across to Democracy Services.
Oh, it's on now, right, excuse me. Kia ora. Yes, with our electronic petitions, we find that we get signatures from across the country as well as across the world. And so it's really up to the council to determine. There's no whether you accept that petition in the form that it's in. It's very difficult now using the petition software to verify where people will come from and all of that sort of stuff. So yeah, we just present it to you and you decide. If you wanted to change and say only people in Tauranga can sign petition, then we would have to. I think that the petitioners have using the current software would have trouble doing that. Yeah.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you for that clarity. So, yeah, a really good question because, we've been raising this for a while now. I struggle to, with respect the credibility of petitions that come our way, considering the amounts of people outside of our community that sign these things. And I know that there's concerns around trust and us creating a mechanism to facilitate that, but I think moving forward for it to, we talk a lot about accountability, transparency. These are our strong words that we try and keep ourselves to account. For us to measure those things properly, we also need mechanisms for the community to be able to do the same thing. So I just think moving forward, for anyone that's online watching, my personal stance moving forward is I will not be accepting beyond this point further petitions if the majority of those people are from outside of Tauranga.
Through the chair, just one point. The number of ratepayers that have an address that's overseas is, from I recall, more than 5%. So ratepayers who pay rates but they may not live in Tauranga does contribute to the community. Well, I can get that validated in terms of a final number. But there isn't a match between a person's confidential information and who makes the petition, so the two don't automatically follow, but it may be a consideration.
Yeah, cool. So are there ways that we can tighten that up more? Because I respect that if they don't live here, but they're from here or they have a house here, but that can't be the case for every person outside of Tauranga that's signing the petitions that come our way.
We could look into to Coral's point, the way that a petition is set up, or the way the petitions are accepted. I imagine the rules around which petitions are accepted by council and which ones aren't. We could have a look at that and come back to you with some options.
I think that might be a helpful start. And it's not because I want to discredit the process or anything, but we want community voice to be at the forefront of our decision making, and that needs to be authentic to what community is for Tauranga. That's it.
That's an action we can follow up. Councillor Taylor, last one.
Sorry, just following on from that. It's obviously more than just ratepayers, it's the people that we're wanting to comment on these things. And this particular instance is not a particularly high level petition that we're looking at. It's about dog fees, and with due respect, it's probably not going to shoot us down, but some of the things we do, we watch action on behalf of petitions, could be quite serious, and I think it's a question we need to answer going forward.
Thank you. I think we've had a fairly good discussion around debate around this. So if Now I'd put the following motion to be voted on, that the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee, A, receive the report petition reconsideration of Tauranga City Council's dog licence fees. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We move to business and item 10.1, Chief Executive's summary report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just a very brief summary of today's proceedings, just highlighting a number of reports that are going to be considered by the committee. Alistair McNeil will be able to assist me in answering any questions, given the fact that he wrote the report.
Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Alistair?
No, just for completeness, when staff present papers on community transparency and engagement, the level of communication to the community, it varies in terms of the level of formality and understanding. So those that are formal consultation, that term carries with it it's a specific type of engagement under legislation, whereas engagement is perhaps more about listening to shape decision making. And so those terms sometimes interplay when staff are speaking or when we're communicating, but there's an appendix there just to keep us on track with understanding the differences.
Thank you. Any questions, staff? No? So I call for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Taylor? Have to be you, Councillor Curran.
Pretty thin on the ground.
Is mover like to speak? Or seconder no? Okay, is there any discussion or debate? No, moving through quickly. You must have got the memo. So I put the following motion to be voted on, that the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee receives the report of Chief Executive's summary report. Those in favour? Aye. Against? None? Still got a quorum. We got our three. He's coming back. Okay, we move to item 10.2, annual plan 2025-2026, the communications and engagement approach. And I believe Jeremy, and will you speaking? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Welcome.
Really. This is a report which does talk very much about that range of consultation and opportunities. This is about the annual plan. It's not about the content of the annual plan, that'll be determined elsewhere, but it's about how you want to go out to the community once you've got that content. What's the structure of the process? You'll notice we've got in paragraph 8, there's the principles underlying the annual plan, which will be updated. The report was written before last week's council meeting. Obviously, there's a couple of different principles there. But the more important paragraph for this report is 9, which is about the principles of the engagement approach. So I'll focus on that one at the moment. We've given you a range that any engagement is a continuum. It can go from do very little to do very lot, and there's a whole bunch of things in between. We tried to give you 3 points on that continuum as a starting point for a conversation. Our recommendation is that we're towards the do more option, given that the council is new, given there's lots of issues going on. But quite what that looks like, we're in your hands. That's why the recommended resolution says let's go with option 3, but the details of that, we've left 3 little dots to say you can fill it in. You could just take everything in paragraph 17 and say, do it all, off you go. Or you could say, not quite sure about that bit and that bit and that bit, and you could give us a different steer. Clearly, when we get into engagement effectiveness and approaches and that sort of stuff, Kay will answer the hard questions, and I'll just sit here quietly.
Kia ora koutou. I don't have too much more to add from Jeremy's summary there, because I think it would be fantastic to jump right into that, looking at those three different options and elements and to get an approach and really a steer on how you guys would like to see this play out come late March. Just a little bit more context to add to what Jeremy's already said. Often on annual plans, I guess the engagement approaches are a lot lighter than a long-term plan, and that's just reflective of the fact that I guess the canvas is not as filled in with a long-term plan, so you've got more kind of big hefty questions to ask. And with an annual plan, it's just whatever the changes are from that last long-term plan. So typically with annual plans, we've sometimes only had 100, 200 respondees through those formal submissions. With a long-term plan, you're looking at more like 1,000 to 3,000. Our suggested approach here with that enhanced recommendation is more attuned to what you do for a long-term plan. But that's because I guess we've been listening to the fact that engagement for this council is the top priority. So it's a little bit challenging, I guess, to decide on the approaches without knowing the exact content yet. But if we could have a steer of the types of things that you would like to see us doing through this meeting, and then we can work on that to bring it back in the new year, that would be fantastic. And yeah, open to any questions on what has worked well in the past and just really getting a gauge of your level of involvement and what aspects you'd like to see us undertake.
Thank you. Yes, I think there has been quite a clear message, and it's been said a few times, engagement and how we communicate and how we listen to form our decisions. So yes, I just open it up to elected members. Any questions of staff? Councillor Curran.
Just in terms of the difference financial cost between excuse me, option 2 and option 3 is about 120k. Just probably only $2 a ratepayer and 60,000 properties, around about that. What is that basically for? Is that to payment for more advertising or venues, or where is that mainly going towards?
Yeah, the media placement is our biggest cost. So it's really, we can spend as little or as much as you like on media placement. And it's just adding more channels, adding more content. It's, more ads in the Weekend Sun rather than none. The other thing is that in that option, there is a market research option too. So in addition to having our own survey that goes through our own kind of IT system, we can get another organisation involved that then goes out and I guess approaches people on a more of a demographically sound basis. We rely on, when we conduct consultation, on people opting into it. I guess that is a more proactive approach, but comes at a bigger cost.
Well, thank you. Also, probably.
Councillor Curran, does you like?
Great, that helps. Now, Jeremy, you mentioned paragraph 8, I think it was, an update to those bullet points there. Could you just update us in terms of what those changes were, in terms of the principles? What were the key ones that we changed?
Last week you resolved to change ongoing financial sustainability to ongoing financial, economic, social, environmental and cultural sustainability. And you also added in another one, which is robust and transparent financial analysis.
I can imagine where that came from. Thank you for updating that.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you for the report, really, really good. Just a couple of questions. What's that measure of success like? Is it the number of submissions that we get for the process? Is that the key metric that we're looking for?
I guess I'll ask you the same question. And that's exactly what we're here to have this conversation today. Is the number of submissions? Is it that it's more demographically sound, that we're prove that we have got a number from different groups? Traditionally, the number of submissions has been in there, but not always. So yeah, having a steer from you on what success looks like would be fantastic too.
Do we know what number we would have had previously for annual plans submissions?
2.
So looking back in past years, it's usually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, you've been around a little bit longer than me, but 100 to 200.
Yeah, and depending on the issues, I mean, even an annual plan, if there's one issue, then you can get several hundred. But Katie started off by saying the annual plans are generally in the hundreds and the LTPs are generally in the thousands, and that's not far out. The answer to the previous question, the other answer is whatever makes for better decision making. And ultimately, you're consulting with the community to enable you to make better decisions on behalf of your community.
And one more.
No, you said only one, but, sorry, market research, just, do you know what the cost in that budget is for the market research?
Yes, I think it's probably around 20 grand.
Butting in, sorry. It depends how many people you want to ask, what you want the margin for error to be, how long the questions would be. You know, it really does depend what you want to get out of it as to what would go into it. 20 to 30 would certainly give you a good start at a really good survey.
No further questions? I mean, yeah, I suppose anything that engages the community more than 100 or 200, you know, I suppose it's that does sound low. I mean, but historically, if that's the number, that's the number. So if there are some smart initiatives and some ways to use technology and potentially, like you said, you know, an external or another organisation that can help us get a better cross-section of our community. You know, we are serious about trying to bring the people along on the ride with us. So for me, you know, just observing and looking at these, I know there's a cost and there's a consequence to all these decisions. But like you said, Councillor Kurak, it's not a huge overall cost to when divided across our ratepayer base. So I would certainly be supportive of, you know, a chance to see if we can cast that net a bit wider and get more people's opinion and ultimately make better decisions. Yes, Councillor Kurak.
I've actually got a question, and so in terms of the resolutions there, and you've got some dits there. So if the members here were largely supportive of what's included in option 3, where those dots there can basically leave it up to you guys to fill in that space. So perhaps what we could say as per option 3, the guidance around that. Okay, so in that case, if there's no more discussion, I'm happy to move that on that basis. That is option 3.
Yeah, no, absolutely, we can transpose that one in there. I guess we were leaving it open to make sure that if there were any elements that you wanted to suggest, we could put those in there. And just to confirm really, and I think I know the answer to this, but that councillors want to kind of front these events and awards and along with staff go out and kind of create those opportunities to have the conversation in wards.
Yeah, I think I can answer that. I mean, that has been some of our discussion in there that we would want to be involved and be available for that part of the process for sure. Okay, so we have a mover and Councillor Kurak and seconder and Councillor Taylor.
So just clarify the motion, what should that be? Just option 3? That
We'll put something up here, Councillor Kurak, and we'll have a.
While that's happening, just briefly speaking to it, the feedback I've had regarding the previous annual plans or 10-year plans is that some feedback I'm not sure if it's legitimate or not, but it's been fairly light and there hasn't been engagement and consultation that the public expect. So I think as a new council, it's important that we try and do the best we can in terms of hearing from our community around these issues. And also what we put out, we need to ensure that we put the issues clearly out to the community and provide that level of information to then consult on. So we've got an important role ourselves to ensure that happens and then get the reaction from the community around that.
Should be up on the screen behind me at the moment. Is there any further debate on discussion on this? So councillor Taylor, truly happy today.
I guess I'm supportive of going with option 3 because I think it's definitely something that we have promoted as the engagement and consultation with the community. I think we need to be really, really careful in measuring this and getting value for money from the process. If we don't succeed in tripling our number of submissions, if that's our metric, then I think going forward in future years, we'd have to review what we're doing and see whether it's actually worth the money that we're spending on it. So happy to support, but yes, let's make sure we measure well.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the comments around measuring, because I think that's really important. I think we've potentially got a good series of measures in terms of the drivers in the survey that we, what am I calling it now? It's the resident survey, the different waves of the resident survey. So just looking at under community engagement and communications, the drivers there are involves the public in the decisions it makes, that's council. Efforts to consult and engage directly with the community, influence the public has on decisions council makes, and you can contact council when and how you want. But I think those are some good drivers to keep an eye on. My only guidance would be, I think that it's probably more appropriate to measure this council against the resident surveys of 2020 and before. I may get into, once I wind up, into the intervening years in another paper, but I think that's probably the appropriate measure. Democratically elected council versus democratically elected council. Oh, that's through the chair. Chair, I've had a question from Councillor Currick. I want to respect the chair.
I asked Councillor Morris what our current rating is around that section that he read.
Okay, involves the public in decisions it makes. The last result under the commission, 25%. This council's score is 31. Decisions being made in the best interest of the city has gone down 2 points to 26. Efforts to consult has gone up 1 point to 28. Influence the public has on decisions the council makes has gone up 5 points, and contacting council's gone up 3 points.
Clarify from those listening, perhaps, what do those numbers indicate? Whether they are a percentage of support or otherwise?
I think it shows that we're vectoring in the right direction, but there's a lot of work to do to get back to pre-2019 days.
Or precise in terms of the question, what do those numbers relate to?
They relate to how the council is engaging with the community.
The actual measure, is that percentage that was indicated support for that?
Yes, that's favourable, yes.
Favourable,
yeah,
that's right. So only current favourability is quite low. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. No further, but just one thing quickly, before we put this to the vote, I just note that and then the C there, we have this occurring in the period between 28th of March to 28th of April 2025, which falls right, what sits in the middle of that, I think, is Easter and Anzac. So do we need to add another week to that at either end, just to make sure we have the working days, or otherwise I'll be bringing my elected members, they won't be going on holiday over the break.
It would be lovely to do that. Unfortunately, we're captured by 2 dates, one at the beginning and one at the end. So we have to wrap the whole process up by the 30th of June and adopt your annual plan. And the beginning of this, effectively you're having conversations on the 9th of December about the annual plan, but you won't actually see a complete set until the 10th of February. And then from there, you've got more decisions to make. And to turn that into a document, we then got to produce a consultation document and get that through this committee and then adopted by council, and then go out And then after that, we have the hearings process and the deliberations process, and then a compilation of the final documents. So the answer to your question is probably no. Sorry.
It's longer than councillor correct sometimes. No, that's wonderful. So the answer is we'll be doing some overtime, gentlemen. Okay, so I will now, I won't read through all this, but we will acknowledge that we are selecting the enhanced option, option 3, and recognising the cost associated. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Well, we've had a wee segue into this, but item 10.3, annual resident survey 2024-25, wave 1 results, and 2023-24 benchmarking report. So again, Jeremy, I believe. Thank you.
Indeed, unless Councillor Morris wants to take the lead on this one.
I'll just get straight into it.
No, I wasn't here for a while, but I'm back now.
So what you've got here, and you've already seen this committee had the full year results for the 23-24 year back in September. You're now getting into the pattern of quarterly reports. So the annual resident survey is done in 4 waves. We've had the first wave, that's where it was done in August, September, and then we'll report back to this committee. While it is demographically sound, it gets more demographically sound when the 4 waves are added together. Each one is only 150 people. So the margin for error is a fraction larger than it would be when we get to the approximately 600 at the end of the year. So there's always a bit of a caution on that. So when you're comparing full year results with 1 wave, just be aware it's 1 wave. And you'll see from some of the graphs you've got in the document, things go up and down for no apparent reason between quarters. And then they even out again, and then they go back up or back down. So it's looking at overall trends. The graphs you've got show you a sort of a banded area where normal expectations of variability are taken into account. I think all of them this time are still within that area, so there's nothing alarming. The second report you've got is a consideration of our 23-24, so backward-looking results compared with the other organisations that Key Research does a similar survey for. We can't guarantee exactly the same question and exactly the same wording, but they're all run by the same company. The chances are they're pretty close. And you can just FYI look at our results compared with 17 other councils, only 2 of which are sort of metros, but it's there for information purposes. I think, as I usually say in these conversations, if you've got hard conversations or hard questions about a particular result or a particular number, then the other GMs are here to answer them as much as possible. My team collates this information, presents it to you. And if you wanted to look at what Councillor Morris is looking at, that would be page 16 of your attachment document, is where those community engagement communication numbers are.
Thank you, Jeremy. So, any questions of staff? Councillor Correct.
Pressure's on when we've got such a small committee that we, cover off the issues that potentially in here. So one immediately comes to mind is around affordability of rates. And look, I haven't gone through the attachment really carefully, but I've brought up this matter a couple of times since I've been here this term. In the survey, is affordability of rates covered to the extent that perhaps this council might wish to? At what level is it covered in the survey questions?
So not in a quantitative way, do you consider your rates affordable? But the question which is asked is around value for money. So there's results there on page 4 of the attachment, which is about page 7 of that PDF, which talks about value for money. And effectively over the last 4 years, and this result here is very similar. Around about a third of people would answer 6 out of 10, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 7, 8, 9, 10 being probably the top 4 results about are they satisfied with rates of value for money? So it's got a third go 7, 8, 9, 10, yep. About a quarter are in that middle 5s and 6s, and about 40% are in the 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, no, that sort of stuff.
Thank you, Jeremy. If I can continue the question. So you may recall, I think at the last meeting, a week or so ago, that I mentioned the value for money and compared it, and I'm sort of going back to our late Councillor Faulkner, who used to compare with the Lamborghini, but I actually changed it to a Ferrari, give it a different flavour, and that Ferrari could be great value for money, and you know, might be worth 400,000, but you could actually acquire it for 200, great value for money. But it comes to the question, can the person afford to pay the 200 for a service that's great value for money? So in terms of the questionnaire, I'd definitely like to include in that something around affordability. And I've just sort of put a few words there. If the question be pitched something like, are rates affordable for you? If not affordable, is it severely unaffordable, moderately unaffordable, or somewhat unaffordable? I'd just really love to get some feedback on that, because then that would be somewhat of the measure. Perhaps next time I ask the question, you know, how affordable are our rates? We'll have some definitive responses to that and measure the community's affordability. So what I'm asking, perhaps my fellow committee members, to give some feedback on that suggestion to add in the survey the question, you know, for example, the example I gave, support around that.
There may be complications because if the survey is waived for each through the year and we've already set our path for this year, then adding something in would sort of materially affect potentially the results. I don't know, I'd ask that back to staff. It could be complicated.
It could be complicated, it could be dealt with. I think if we went back to key research and negotiated an extra question, the questionnaire is long enough at the moment, but one extra question of that scale. There is a question within that broader value for money suite which talks about are your rates, annual rates, fair and reasonable. That's the answer to that's on page 12 of the document.
Yeah.
So we ask fair and reasonable as opposed to affordable, but it's getting reasonably similar. That one has a result of around about a quarter of people say this is fair and reasonable.
But I think it doesn't quite meet the affordability. So value for money or reasonableness, because someone could think, oh, the rates are reasonable, but I simply can't afford it. And that's the measure I'm sort of requesting of my committee members to perhaps consider and provide support. Otherwise, perhaps I can continue if I foreshadow an amendment, perhaps. But yeah.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, this is the looking at the next steps right at the back. The next wave is about to go out, or possibly has started. So we potentially could get in for wave 3 and wave 4 this year, and then roll it through the full year from then.
Yeah, personally, I'm not sure, Councillor Kurak, that we will. I mean, people's opinion about what's the question at the moment. Sorry, is are they fair and reasonable? So adding in, I mean, these things are subjective, but adding an affordable, fair idea what people will think at the moment. No, you want to know? Any other councillors? Any opinion on this?
I think we need to get the wording right. That's probably my key thing on that. The question cylinder is similar, so I think we could adjust that current question perhaps. Can I move on to one? Yes, this is probably more on the process of the survey, and it says that we do it over a 30-day period. It's a long time in the world and things happen. Someone answering it on the 27th of, I think it was August, and someone answering it on the 23rd of September could have a completely different view of the world depending on what's happened in the council and around the world. So how do we get past that sort of bias?
We would actually see that as a good thing. Because if we did the whole lot, say we did all 600 on the 22nd of February, and you made a decision on the 20th of February, which people didn't like, then you would have a lot of negative feedback, which wouldn't necessarily be representative of the whole year. So the reason we make it into waves is so we avoid that single point issue coming through. And then by doing it over a period within each wave, that smooths things out even further.
Any more questions of staff, or can we move? Do we need wording from you, councillor Kure, or are we just happy to leave it as it is for now?
I'll actually suggest something, just so it's on the record. So the question, so the resolution would be that, that Community Transparency Engagement Committee requests that the survey includes a question around rates affordability. For example, are rates affordable for you? If not affordable, is it one, severely unaffordable, two, moderately unaffordable, or three, somewhat unaffordable? Have to go to the council committee.
Through the chair, I don't know that it necessarily needs to, but it might be desirable to have this fully discussed by council.
Okay, so in terms of the request that the council considers
Recommends to the council.
or recommends to the council that the, whatever survey it's called, yeah.
Consider.
So we can do it in the next council meeting, we'll talk about the annual plan.
Yes, and perhaps we can do some wordsmithing as well, work with you. We get the general idea, we can work with the team to come up with something with a view of having this.
For example.
So do I have a second for that? Councillor Taylor. I ask the mover to speak.
I think it's pretty clear and all said, but these surveys are quite valuable tools for this, for elite members and the organisation in terms of the way it operates and the priorities that the community see in terms of providing services and value for money and what the community needs. So no, I think, yep, no, it's all good. I support, thank you.
And does the seconder wish to speak or reserve the right to speak?
Very briefly, I think it's quite a good highlight that it is wave one, and we do need to look at these waves over the year. So that's my first comment. Second comment, on as far as item B goes, I know it's for example, but really like a positive thing. How affordable are rates for you rather than are they unaffordable? So just when we get to council, it'd be probably my thing just to tweak the wording a bit.
Yes, and councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand where councillor Curath is coming from, because we mentioned, are rates fair and reasonable, but that affordable fine tuning I think is probably needed and would be useful going forward in years to track what the community's perception is on that. I spoke a little bit about this at the last council meeting after I'd read the agenda, and I think it's important for context that this survey was done around the time that the rates bill was due. And that's significant because I think we also need to acknowledge that this elected council did not strike that rate, yet the invoice went out during our time. And I think that raises a wider conversation around accountability. I think it would be useful in future reporting to include the timeframe of the last full term elected council, because I think that is the benchmark we should be measuring ourselves against. And if I look briefly at some of the metrics of the resident survey during the 2016 to 19 term, where Mayor Brownless was the mayor, the overall performance of council was 31 points higher at 74%, and the overall reputation of the council was 27 points higher at 51%. I think it's relevant to reflect on that, because even with those numbers, Mayor Brownless was not re-elected. So I think that gives some perspective as to the numbers that we're in. I think that in addition to the rates bill dropping in August, I think, and I have to compliment my colleagues, I think colleagues have been very generous and very restrained in any criticism of their predecessors. Their predecessors were not so generous. That being said, it is advisable, I've said it privately and I'll say it publicly, it is advisable to sheet home responsibility to where it lies. And that's not overly looking in the rearview mirror, that's not kicking for touch important matters. But the fact is that this organisation was run by a group that was not accountable to the public, and the minister, some subsequent ministers did not hold that group accountable. And so if this elected group is wearing the consequences through image, reputation, which is really our currency in terms of dealing with the community. If we don't have the confidence in the community, we can't make decisions for the community. And if we're not sheeting home responsibility to where it lies, I don't think that's lacking a generous spirit. I think it's acknowledging the fact that the previous group had no accountability to the minister. The minister didn't exercise any accountability, and there was no mechanism for the public to exercise that. So I think it is right that when situations like the Marine Precinct and others arise, that the decision makers at that time are highlighted. In terms of letters to the Auditor General and others, I think that this council has been exceedingly generous in not sheeting home responsibility to where it lies. And if I can just give you an analogy, it's as if we're living in a village and an elephant has walked through the village and knocked over a bunch of buildings, and the village residents are saying, what the heck, there's all these knocked over buildings. And we come into the village and we say, oh, okay, well, we can't mention the elephant. We can't mention the elephant at all, but, we'll take responsibility for all these knocked over buildings because we're future focused and we're looking forward, but don't mention the elephant. And the elephant, of course, is the Commission. So I appreciate the generosity of my colleagues to them. Councillor Crowd has perhaps been the singular councillor in both definitions of the word singular, to raise issues of accountability with former governance. The last point I'd like to make, and I think it is relevant, is that when we come to review standing orders, I think it would be appropriate that there is a time limit on mayor and councillor speeches, down to 5 minutes, which is what it used to be. The public had their time cut from 10 minutes to 5 minutes, but councillors are able to go and speak for half an hour or an hour if they so chose. I think in terms of the efficient timing and administration of committees, it would be very good if we reinstalled that 5 minute time limit.
Very kind of
Thank you.
4 minutes 59, thank you, councillor. Yeah, I acknowledge those sentiments. I suppose the other thing, just as my contribution to this debate and discussion, this is the first wave, and we are a new council, and like you say, there were some rates and things coming out, but there's also a few comments in there. Whenever there's change, there's always uncertainty, and there's some anxiety, and some of the comments in the survey do reflect the fact that there's certainly questions about the new leadership and how we will be. So one of the things as a council, we need to have faith in our own ability to influence what happens in the future, because that's what we are in control of. So I think that's something that's really important to remember, how we operate, the decisions we make, the consistency, how we genuinely take the public on the journey with us, and ultimately to make the right decisions for the community. And if we do that, then those numbers that you talk about, Councillor Morris, which ultimately talk to restoring and our confidence and trust, we'd have faith and belief that they will rise. So yes, it's the first wave, and there'll be more, and as we go through, we will get an indication of some of the trends. So there's a few things in this. There's the absolute levels, how we're comparing. Happy to compare to the last time you were a member, maybe back to one of Councillor Kurak's 7 or 8 goes, and as well how we are trending and whether things are moving up or moving down, and then of course for the national level how we compare to comparative ones, and we want to see all those getting better. So there's no further debate. I would like to. Oh, sorry, do we?
Want to reply? No.
You're happy with no right of reply? Okay, so the debate is finished. I'd now like to put the motion to be voted on as on your screen, that the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee receives the report Annual Resident Survey 2024-25 Wave 1 results and 23-24 benchmarking report, and B, recommends that the council considers the annual resident survey includes a question around rates affordability. For example, are rates affordable for you? If not affordable, 1, severely unaffordable, 2, moderately unaffordable, 3, somewhat unaffordable. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. Thank you. This brings us to an appropriate time for a short break. So we will adjourn for. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone. We now we're up and running. I'll convene the meeting. Okay, just before we move into the next business items, I've noticed matters concerning relating to policy. So just take this opportunity to ask Jeremy Bowes to come and to provide the committee with an overview of Council Policy 101. Thank you, Jeremy.
Mr. Chair. So yeah, the next three reports, they are our policy reports. And this committee, as it's set up, will get a lot of these over the next 3 or 4 years. So I thought I'd take the opportunity just to take you through a couple of the sort of 101 messages. The first one is what is a policy? And effectively a policy is a mechanism whereby a higher group, councillors, can provide direction to the lower group, the staff, so that we can act in your image. If we didn't have policies, we bring back a lot of one-off issues to you. If we have a policy framework, then we've got something, got the guardrails we can work within. Staff then have delegated authority to work within those guardrails, but crucially not outside of them. So if we get a matter which is beyond the policy, then it comes back to this table, to the full council. But while it stays within those policy boundaries, staff generally have the delegated authority to just get on with it because you've written down what you want. The policies published on the website also give a really good opportunity for those engaging with council on a particular issue to understand what council's position is. Doesn't mean that's the end of the matter, but at least those guardrails are sitting there on the website for people to read. As far as roles go, the policy is very much yours. Staff will help you to write it and help you to craft it, but the policy belongs to council. The policy of analysts, and you'll see most of these reports will have a policy analyst as well as the writers, they generally own the process of creation. So they've got that policy mindset, they're really good writers, their attention to detail, they're good question askers, but they're not the subject matter experts. The subject matter experts sit within the organisation, and then we will work, the policy advisor and subject matter experts work together in drafting things up. How do we get there? A need arises. Sometimes that's a community need, sometimes it's a current policy which is not working for staff or for the people we engage with. Sometimes it's a pure passage of time, sometimes it's legislation which says you must renew this policy every 5 years. But wherever it comes from, a need arises. So we then put it on the work programme. You got to see the first work programme 2 meetings ago. We'll bring that to you every 6 months just to show you what's coming through. And the staff will start to do the background work. They'll work with people who know the policy, people who work with the policy internally and externally, so a bunch of different staff members, people who engage with us on that policy. We've got the resource consent one coming up in a minute. Developments. You work with the Māori units out there in the iwi, you work with the developers because they've all got a stake in these conversations. And at some stage that all starts to morph itself into what are the issues that are arising, what are the options available, and we start to write those down. We bring them back to you and we take your guidance on those issues and those options. We take that guidance away and generally we write up a draft policy. We bring the draft policy back to you. Does it reflect what you thought at the time? Does it all hang together from your perspective? Because it's your policy. At that stage, if you're happy with the draft policy, there's 2 things can happen. One, you can adopt it as a final and say, done and dusted, sweet as. Or we can further engage with whoever we need to engage with. And that, again, we'll put recommendations up, but that's your decision. Sometimes we'll say targeted consultation because it's kind of a niche issue and only deals with these sort of people. Other times it's a broad policy which we need to engage the whole community. Sometimes the legislation says we have to engage the whole community. Sometimes there is no legislation on that particular matter. If we consult, we'll bring back the results from that consultation to you. There'll be hearings in this room where people can speak to you, or a less formal approach sometimes. And then after that, we write another report which identifies all the issues that came through the consultation process, again creates options for you. You can jump left, jump right, you can tweak this, we can take that out, we can have this in. And in a meeting, which we do in deliberations meeting, you will deliberate on those issues, and then sometimes we can adopt a policy that day, sometimes the deliberations have got quite a lot of jump right issues, and we have to go away and write them all up, make sure it all still hangs together. That's the craft from the policy analyst, that hang on, we can't say that in paragraph 16 and that in paragraph 19 because it's contradictory. We'll bring it back to you and say, generally, here it all is. Sometimes in that final report, we'll come back and say, we're following your direction, it all hangs together, but we've got to address this issue here still, or we're silent on such and such, and we look for more direction, and at that stage, we can generally adopt the policy. We'll also at that stage get back to the people who are submitted to us to explain where things have got to in the process, so we can get that. The other question which sometimes comes up from elected members is, do policies constrain our decision making? No, is the answer to that. Under the Local Government Act, there's a specific clause, section 80, which you'll hear every now and again in your life here, which says council has the ability to work beyond its own policies. It just needs to identify there's an inconsistency with the policy, identify why the inconsistency arose, and whether or not you intend to change the policy because of the inconsistency. And that can be yes or no. So that's the general policy approach. The policies you've got in front of you for the next 3 items are at differing stages in their development. Some have been underway for quite a long time. Some are one's a bit more recent, and there's quite a lot of scope to get in there and play with it in your own image. And one of them is very much a very short tidy up, required by legislation. If we didn't have the legislation, we possibly wouldn't be doing that right now. But yeah. Chair, that's me. If there are any questions on the wider process, happy to do that.
Yeah, no, thank you for that quick overview. Maybe second level paper, but that was excellent. Thank you. Before we move on to the business, are there any questions or clarifications of Jeremy? Councillor Curran.
Mr. Briefer, in terms of policy potentially constraining the council and acting outside the policy, but when we've reviewed policies, has there ever been a situation where we've just scrapped the policy and thought that there's a better way forward, be case by case? Is that very clear?
Yes, and item 10.4 recommends scrapping 2 of them this morning. So yeah, sometimes a policy becomes redundant because the passage of time means we don't need those issues anymore. Sometimes there are so few issues dealt with under that particular policy that a case by case is the more efficient way of doing it. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions. Good. Look, I'd just like to do a quick change to the order of business. So we'll just move first to item 10.5, consultation with Tangata Whenua on resource consent applications policy review. That's just while we have Tere Duncan from Te Rangipu here with us as well, opportunity to answer any questions that we may have.
Thank you, Chair. You've introduced Matere, our Chair of Te Rangipu, who has been involved for a long time in the review of this policy. Also Sandy Lee, our policy analyst here at Council, who has been supporting the process, and Dylan McGill, who is a team leader in resource consenting, right in the heart of using this policy. And Kevin, welcome also to the table, Whakawāinga team, to provide some support. I will give an overview and context to this paper and why we are here, and then open to questions, and the team are here that will be able to answer a bit of the past and a bit of the future. So Council has had a policy guiding consultation with Tangata Whenua on resource consent applications since 2006, and the intent was really to clarify roles and responsibility of participants in the process. That's included in your report in attachment 1, and if you have had a good look at it, you'll see it's really old. It's very prescriptive in terms of repeating requirements under legislation and the RMA, and doesn't come from a spirit of working together and engaging in partnership. There's been a number of reviews over the years to try and bring this up in line with practice today. Smart Growth Action in 2013 required a development of a sub-regional iwi consultation policy. So that's over 10 years ago, but for various reasons that was stalled. and the Regional Council and Western Bay now have proceeded with their own processes. But in the meantime, we've got a 20-year-old policy, and there's been a lot of learning and practice over this time. And as I've said, it needs to be updated. I think the fundamental change of the policy that you've now got as Appendix 2 is a focus on engagement and not consultation. That attachment to all of the significant changes are expressed in red font, so it's really clear to you what has changed, but it's really, as I said, a focus on engagement and best practice. Your recommendations in the report today ask you to approve 4 key changes. The first is about lifting this up to become policy principles. This is about open-mindedness, early working together early, engaging in good faith, and keeping those principles at the heart of the work that everybody in the process does. A clarification of exactly what engagement means, and as I said, this is a shift from consultation to engagement, and there's a best practice flowchart included in the new policy that helps in a real sense direct particularly applicants what they might expect and what council might ask of them to do when they are approaching, say, a new development. An approval around removing any misrepresentation that might be from the existing policy about council's ability to require consultation, because that is not the case. And also, finally, just outlining council's roles and responsibilities in that principled sense of working together and what it is that we can do to help build capacity and capability to make sure, particularly for resource management units and iwi hapu and Tauranga Moana, have the capability and capacity to participate in this process. So in summary, it's a 20-year-old policy that needs to be updated. The draft shifts us from consultation to engagement and best practice, and it importantly identifies those roles and responsibilities so everybody knows what to expect in the process.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Just the members, any questions to staff and to the front table? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Supported of the changes. Just a couple of questions. We all know that resource consents take a bit of time. Is there enough resource in place to make sure that the process doesn't get extended into anything longer than necessary?
Morena, elected members and council staff. Thank you for having me here today. I guess the answer to that question is probably around capacity and capability. I think the issue did come from the Rangipu members that some are finding it really difficult to try and work through a lot of the resource applications. Back in my day when I was working for Ngā Pōtiki, I was paid by Ngā Pōtiki Atamāori Trust, so that I had that capacity behind me and that support. Some of my hapu don't have that. And so I guess that consideration is probably something that needs to be considered, is around how we're going to address the resourcing for tangata whenua to be able to have formal decision-making processes and to work through the backload of a lot of resource consents that they've been getting lately. Kia ora.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Morena Whai. Question around applicants. Are you confident that Tauranga City Council is liaising with you and the Rangipu effectively in terms of when an applicant comes along and wants to engage, that they're being directed by council to the appropriate entity and people?
Councillor Steve, that is correct. Previously, each of my Rangipu members would get a schedule of resource consent application, and then that would trigger that engagement needs to be happening. So both the council and tangata whenua members need to actually make that effort to engage with that, either the council or the developers. So it has been working really good in the past. It's just that there's, yeah, I guess the biggest issue to highlight is the workload and that understanding about the RMA processes and
Supplementary. Yes. Thank you, and again, looking from the applicant's point of view, how small is too small to engage? So for example, let's say an applicant is wanting to do a variation of consent for some landscaping because the described trees that they had out the front of their property have died and they want to replace it with something else, versus a large subdivision. So what's too small to engage?
I can answer that really. I think I've involved myself in all resource consent applications, whether they're small or not, but I guess it's what triggers a cultural perspective, that's really what it comes down to. So it's not necessarily the size of the application, whether it's landscaping or something else, it's just that cultural competency that needs to be searched for.
And I think if I could follow that up, there's always a requirement to have adequately considered cultural effects. What might then trigger a more in-depth engagement process and early relationship building will depend on scale. And yeah, I think the team have talked about it before, that there's not a list that you can say, well, for this it's fine, and this you might just proceed with a variation. But at the heart of the RMA is that requirement to consider the cultural effects of an application.
Correct.
Marjorie, in terms of value for money, this council is value for money quite high in our radar screen in the general public. But in terms of this specific issue with developers, from the history over the years, is it generally accepted that the developers are getting value for money, and not just the amount that they pay, but also any taken into account any time constraint, etc. It's all in that value equation. Can you think of of the feedback generally, from the development community around value for money?
I've never really had that problem myself, but I guess I guess that conversation needs to be had with the other Rangipo members on what have been some of the things that they've had to struggle with around, trying to process resource consent, and I guess that maybe ask the developers as well whether they are getting value for money from our engagement process and our expertise in terms of the cultural considerations. So I don't know about developers, but certainly from probably our side, maybe something that needs to be asked of the Rangipo members.
And I think also, given there'll be a degree of targeted consultation around this, they'll probably tease out some of the developer views.
I could add to that, from a process perspective. If a developer has engaged early where we've got a cultural issue within a consenting process, generally they're going to have a much smoother consent process if they've followed those principles and had early engagement, and so that value for money proposition, from a process perspective, I'd say yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Baker, welcome back.
Tēnā koe whai o tēnā koutou. Kind of hearing you around resourcing and the volume of, sounds like there's quite a large volume of consents to go through across the moana. Obviously remuneration's an integral part of that resourcing, which we're due to make a decision on shortly, but are there other things that we can help enable a better, more effective and efficient process for you guys? Because, remuneration is one thing, but the body of work that you guys do far outweighs what you're currently remunerated.
One of the things that I had experienced back in my early days over 20 years ago was trying to understand the context of the RMA And, things have changed, so it was sort of like hands-on, I learned to develop those skills. So it's really comes down to the training of the RMA and what's the requirements are. So I think that probably should be something that should be considered.
So do we provide training, or is RMA training provided yet?
There's two ways that we can provide support here. There's across the Western Bay RMA 101 that we provide support and bring people along at a time and a place that suits. And we have also been covering the costs of doing the Making Good Decisions course that, for some people that go through the commissioner training for the RMA, we've been covering costs for resource management reps of iwi hapu and tauranga moana when that comes up and when it's available.
No further questions? Well, thank you very much. That's great insights, I think so. And now, if there's no further questions, I will ask for a call for a mover and a seconder. Mover is Councillor Taylor and seconder Councillor Baker. Ask the mover to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Supported a lot of the changes and engagement with the station previously, and I think some of the councillors and last time. But I'm mindful of what I said about the resourcing to make sure that this is achievable by people involved, and we need to assist with that, I believe.
No one else. I suppose the only thing I will say too, that if, there is the opportunity to provide that resourcing, and we hear a lot about how long things can take in moving through. So where there are bottlenecks, if we can identify those and we have the ability to influence or improve, then that overall to garner better outcomes, something we should always consider. I don't see much in Councillor Morris, Councillor Correct.
I think it's great. We've obviously heard this has been a massive journey since 2006, and probably a bit earlier than that, to be fair. But the evolution from consultation to engagement is important. Ngā Tauranga Māori is the oldest knowledge system in Aotearoa, and with that comes a much more extensive set of data, I suppose, that's been passed down from generation to generation. So a cultural perspective isn't just this nice tick box thing with designs. There's a lot of depth, there's a lot of knowledge and a lot of recorded data that our tangata whenua draw on to support in making informed decisions that not only benefit the people, but more importantly, the environment. And that's really important to me, and hence why, I'm very supportive of this kaupapa, and why I think it needs to continue. And if we can go a bit deeper and a bit wider than what we previously have with, from consultation to engagement, then I'm all for that.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Appears to be no further discussion. Tyler, you want to close up? No, so if not, if there's nothing further, we will put this to the vote. I think it's up on the screen now. I won't obviously read it out, we'll take that as read. All those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried, thank you. Now we'll move back to item number 10.4, sponsorship from corporates and others policy, and other 10.4, the one before 10.5. And ask Emily to speak to this.
Thank you, Chair. So we're a little light on today with our two authors away, so I'll do my best to introduce the paper and of course call on Jeremy, the knower of all things, today especially, to help me out. So as you heard before, we do have a number of policies that consider sponsorship funding and partnerships. And we've heard that a number of these policies are now out of date, don't reflect current practice, and in some cases are no longer being used. However, we do have a need, and so as the city continues to grow, staff are seeking to deliver community facilities and activities that are needed in ways that are affordable to the ratepayers. So we've seen that engaging with community-minded organisations and individuals for collaboration and support has been identified as a way to do this. So the update that Jeremy will take you through in a second is intended to create a better support and sponsorship arrangement. Ultimately, we're moving from a transactional approach to a relationship-based approach, and we're considering how we collaborate with sponsors and supporters and how we give value to them, so how we recognise their support for the relationship. I guess the other really important bit to consider is it speaks to the different ways that we can accept appropriate commitments from others. So that brings in-kind support, as well as considering the scale between smaller and larger support options. You had to take it from here.
So when we bring you these sort of things at this early stage, there's different ways the committee can work through this, and that depends on the committee and the chair. My sense is we'll probably just go with what's on the paper and ask questions. At other stages, where there are more complicated issues, we might just take you through issue by issue and have a discrete conversation about each one. This is fairly simple. But as a background, there were 3 or 4 policies in this area. When we look at a policy issue, we don't just go to the policy, we go, well, that's that one, but what else relates to it? Which is why it's got one name on the top, but it's also got resolutions about 3 other policies as well. Apologies on the naming policy. There was about 6 or 7 or 8 words in red ink on the naming policy, which didn't come through on the agenda. We could put that up before you look at resolution F. And when we get there, it's not a lot, but we'll deal with that later in the meeting. Any questions on content or process?
Councillor Baker.
Tēnā kouria. Page 52B, part 5, around conflicts. How do we determine or who judges conflict? Sorry, that was Rod's question. I'll just stick it in. I just stole it.
So there's different answers to that question depending on what the question is. So in the instance from the beginning of the meeting, elected members are their own determinants of conflicts of interest. So that's one separate issue. On this one here, we've written in about it's kind of like a good character type approach to sponsorship. The answer is that 90% of the time it will be obvious. Either it will be a massive conflict of interest or it won't be one at all. And in the 10%, this is where my earlier talk about policy 101 stuff, if we were in doubt working up through the organisation from staff level to management, general management to chief executive, we bring it back to the table. And again, the guardrails are there, but if the guardrails are like, oh, we're not quite sure, we simply bring it back to the higher body and you determine whether there's a conflict or not.
Councillor Taylor, have you got another one?
Second question's about, I think you mentioned there, we wouldn't call the Animal Control Centre the PALS dog control. Why wouldn't we if there's some funding relief from those sort of things that potentially could help the ratepayer reduce what they spend?
As a off-the-cuff example, that would be where the perception of a conflict of interest may outweigh something. What is that business getting out of us? Are they getting access to our animal control database and therefore direct access to 7,000 dog owners to direct market them or whatever? And I've been in public service for a long time, and the front page of the paper test is a strong one. And I think it probably wouldn't pass the front page of the paper test. But again, if at the time staff said, no, we don't think that suits, quite often then the applicant would come back and say, well, hang on a second, we think it's okay. You simply come back to this room. Here's the staff advice, here's the request.
Sorry, I take your point on the data sharing and that sort of stuff. That's obviously something we can control and say yeah or nay, but I think we've got to be open to other sources of funding that maybe will assist. So a little bit careful about whether that all precludes us from taking opportunities that could arise on this sort of stuff.
Is it questions of staff? Okay, thank you. And Emily, I will now ask for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Baker, second Councillor Taylor.
You're getting the mark up.
Yeah, we'll get that up on there as well, eh? While we're doing that, does the mover wish to speak to the motion? No? Does the seconder wish to speak or reserve your right? You've spoken, you're happy? Moving through quickly, so open up for discussion and debate. So Morris is busy looking at his screen, so he has nothing. So if there's no debate to be had, I will give you a chance to read this, and maybe we can just go over, just make sure we're clear on the lettering there, in F, is it?
Yes, it's not the lettering of the resolution in F, it's F refers to a marked up version of the naming policy, and the marking up bit was missed out in the agenda, so now it's on the screen. That's the extent of the markups. Simply, we're just changing the name of the policy it cross refers to effectively and adding part of a facility rather than just the whole facility. Those changes, Mr. Chair, won't be made until the new policy, the new sponsorship policy is adopted finally. We're just getting the resolution out of the way now because it's just a change of words, so it's kind of done and dusted.
Bring the resolution up.
Move the chair reads.
No seconder for that, sorry. Now put the motion to be voted on. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried, thank you. Item 10.6, proposed draft amended dangerous, affected and unsanitary buildings policy. Sarah, will you be speaking to this? Thank you. And Steve is coming up as well, and Jane Bundy. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Councils are all required to have a policy that sets out both a priority and approach to dealing with dangerous, affected and unsanitary buildings in their district. They're also required to review that policy every 5 years. We've had our scheduled review on hold for some months while MB have been updating their guidelines to councils on developing these policies, and they have also just undertaken a performance assessment on us and how we're applying our current policy. So that the guidelines have been updated and the performance assessment has been complete, so we've now reviewed the policy. That performance assessment by MB was, in Steve's words, overwhelmingly positive, and he reports that there was only one requirement to fix, which was some typos in a template. But what they also did was recommend some changes to improve the policy. They are wording changes, and on paragraph 8, you will see a table that sets out what those changes are. It's included as an appendix, the draft policy with those changes. And it's fair to say that they are minor. But in order to change the policy and to implement MB's recommendations, we are required to use the consultative procedure in the Local Government Act. So we've got the draft there for you, identified the changes. We're proposing a really targeted consultation through February and March. If a hearing is required with this committee, we will do that in April. Really as a summary, just recommending that you approve that draft for consultation. And there is a statement of a proposal to support the consultation, also in Appendix 2.
Thank you, Sarah. No further input, so any questions of staff? Yes, Councillor Curry.
So used to this before, you're not expecting any submissions to this, it's all basically a matter of fact,
I wouldn't expect any, this is effectively an existing policy that's been in place for near on 10 years with some minor tweaks, so I'd be surprised if there was substantive submissions.
Okay, in that regard then, I overwhelmingly support moving of these resolutions. Oh, any question?
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for the Chief Executive. Have you, in your time as Chief Executive, declared any buildings dangerous under the Act? You don't need to be specific, but I'm just wondering if you have. And secondly, what process would you follow in your mind under Section 124 prior to pulling the on that?
Through the chair, I don't know that I have. I certainly can't recall having declared a building dangerous, but before doing so, you'd want to seek independent expert advice and be guided by that.
Further questions of staff? If that's the case, we will keep moving and I will ask for a mover and a seconder. Oh, sorry, Councillor Curry. Well, that was part of your, we put it all in. Thank you. So we've got Councillor Curry moved. And do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Taylor. Thank you, staff. I'm just now open for debate, the discussion of debate if there is any. Yep. So we will take that straight to the vote. That on the screen. Give a moment to digest that, gentlemen. And I put the following the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. This is item that involves Papamoa, so we may waken Councillor Morris from his sleep on this one. So item 10.7, potential expansion of the Papamoa Main Street targeted rate area. And Emily will be back in the chair, and Kendall, welcome. And Jeremy is here as well.
Thank you, Chair. This report has come from the committee meeting held on the 15th of October, where you heard from Papamoa United and their desire to extend the Papamoa Main Street targeted rate area. In that committee meeting, Councillor Morris, I believe you asked staff to prepare an issues and options paper exploring the expansion of the Papamoa Main Street area, and that it should include options on consultation and engagement with the local community. So that is this is that paper. So I'll hand over to Kendall now.
Morning, committee. I don't really have anything further to add to that introduction by Emily. I'll take the report as read and I'm here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the paper, much appreciated. In terms of Papamoa Unlimited's capacity to engage with the wider Papamoa commercial sector, what support are we able to offer them through that process, notwithstanding that I support the recommended option 1A? What support is council able to offer them? Because it can be quite a difficult and time-consuming process to get consensus amongst commercial property owners, notwithstanding again that they're getting 50% of that. What support is council able to offer them as they embark on that journey, assuming that we pass the recommended option?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So other Main Street organisations or business associations across New Zealand are responsible for entirely running this process themselves. So it's essentially a self-driven process. Council sets the process and supports them with the timing in terms of the requirements that they need to bring to council. In terms of resourcing, that's sort of a matter of discussion for the organisation themselves. We would recommend that they have sufficient financial resourcing and capacity to be able to undertake this expansion. So clearly in Papamoa's case, that could be a bit of a challenge given their current budgets that they're working within. So we would need to recommend that either they build up a sufficient balance to be able to undertake that from a financial perspective, or they need to look into other resourcing essentially, but support is the main thing that we would offer from a council perspective.
You again, Mr. Chair. So have Papamoa Unlimited, they're aware that this paper has been presented to the committee today, and have they had any feedback on it that you can share?
Yes, I have shared this with Papamoa Unlimited. So both I verbally spoke to it when it was in the draft stage and actually shared the full paper with them Monday last week. So they are across this, and I did seek their feedback, which is why we were able to put in that they didn't support some of the options that we put into the paper. Obviously, Main Street's biggest challenge is understanding that there's a process that they can follow that will be accepted by council. So should they go through the effort and resourcing that would be required to undertake the process, that it is an acceptable process to council once it comes through. So yes, they've reviewed it, their feedback has been incorporated, and their biggest challenge is capacity and resourcing.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for the report, Kendall. I'm impatient because we've discussed this before, but the option C, just to get on with it and go, probably if you could give us a bit of a pointer on what could go wrong there. I think Papamoa Unlimited is probably hamstrung at the moment. They don't have enough funding to really fund a manager even compared to the other Main Streets who operate. So really time is of the essence, and it'd be really good if we could push this through somehow.
I'll actually allow Jeremy to talk to that one, but just before I pass over to Jeremy, I guess it's a good point to make that Auckland Council have actually recently brought in a minimum amount of budget for their business associations in Auckland to be able to run their organisation, to a professional standard, and so I do think that, there's almost like a minimum amount of money that a Main Street kind of needs to be able to professionally manage their organisation. And at the moment, that is a challenge for Papamoa. But as to how they change those circumstances, there are limited options for them, expansion being one. But I'll let Jeremy ask the question as asked.
So just before Jeremy gets on to it, do you know what Auckland's amount is?
I know just before I left Auckland, they were talking in the vicinity of about 120,000, but I'd need to check on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the issue here becomes about how much you engage before you tax somebody. So at the moment, the Main Street has a number of members. The process that we've developed first asks, are those members happy to have their attention diluted? Because the Main Street's having a wider area. So that's the first question, are the current members happy? The second question then, once the Main Street has put together some form of value proposition, is, are the new members, potential members, happy? Because if they're not, then you're being asked to make a decision which will put you at potentially direct odds with that membership. And then the third question then brings it back to the original membership, say, now that we've got these people on board, are you still happy? Which is kind of that checks and balances. Then you can come to council and say, please tax these people accordingly. If you miss out one of those pledges, and this is why we put option 3 together, it's a possibility, you do run that risk of not working collaboratively with those commercial ratepayers. You run the risk of making a decision which dilutes the current membership's involvement in their organisation. You run a risk of taxing people who don't want to be part of that and are happy to be, would be okay to be part of it if there's a democratic process. But if they're just saying it's happening, you're in the new map area, bang, there's a risk there of some degree of conflict. So it's a balance up between efficiency and engagement and consultation.
Yep, I agree, that sounds like a good process. I also know if somebody asked you if you want to get texted, the answer is going to be probably no. So I don't know, if we go through the process, what happens when the newbies say, no, we don't want this, and you're back at square one.
So Chair, that's exactly where the value proposition comes in. It's up to Papamoa Unlimited in this instance to sell that value proposition to the newly rated people when they go, value? I'll tick yes, or at least 50% plus one of those who respond tick yes. So that's where the onus is very much on the Main Street to sell the issue rather than just the heavy hand of council taxing somebody and then handing the money out.
Councillor Baker.
Are we allowed to change the threshold for the majority vote? Is that something that can happen here? Because imagine if you got of 100, 51 agreed and 49 said no. 49 is still a lot of people to say no.
So what we've got in the report is a draft process worked out by staff. It's still got drafts stamped through it. We're not actually asking you to adopt it here. The option was to run a process which is consistent with that. But as the ultimate decision makers on the rating process, it's up to you to guide us as to what you think is sufficient to say that we've got enough community support to make this happen. We've said simple majority, 50% plus one, which seems like a reasonable starting point. But if the committee decides to make that a different barrier, different bar, then off you go.
Okay. We still have time to discuss that a bit if we wanted to. What does this, how soon are they wanting a decision on what we're talking about here?
I think the impatience has come through perhaps before, but we can have time to talk about that. At the moment, the ball's in our court, effectively. They're looking for a process that will be acceptable to the ultimate decision makers, which is council and making a decision on the rates in the future. If that process is still not yet determined, then we can't get back to them. When it is determined, we'll get back to them and let them know.
I just add a supplementary to that. So in the proposed process, what we've actually said is that we expect a return voting rate of 25%. So if we were, going out and there was 100 people that needed to vote, we would expect 25 of those people to actually respond to that vote, and then of the 25, 50% plus one would need to vote in favour. So it's not a 50% of total. It's 25% return rate, and then 50% of that plus one would need to be in favour.
I guess the only conundrum I'm in, so I need you guys to talk me through some rationale. Obviously there's no harm in us supporting the process because that's just them doing their thing, right? But effectively I could just imagine of who knows how many people aren't going to be happy with being having an additional rate, being rated more, that, you know, Steve's gonna get a whole bunch of grumpy people come his way saying they're not happy with this additional rate when they didn't agree. That's then gonna come back here and then we're gonna relitigate potentially case by case. So I probably wanna steer because it's, you know, we're gonna be potentially down the track and forcing something. What's fair and adequate?
We consider the process that was put together before this specific issue arose as being reasonably fair and adequate. It comes back to an earlier comment that eventually this is about good decision making here. What do you need to be able to make that jump left, jump right decision eventually about charging a new targeted rate or expanding the targeted rate area? You know, some councils might come back and say we actually want 90% as the bar. You might say 20% is enough, and we'll wear the correspondence that we get from the other 80%. We need to take the guidance from you largely rather than the other way around. But 50% plus 1 is a standard as a pass mark. That's where we started.
Well, then I'm wanting to say now that's probably not a pass mark by my standards on this particular situation.
Councillor Curran.
Me neither, because that 50 plus 1 is only based on the 25% on a survey, basically that's self-selecting. So you could have a number of, oh, this is scientific, what is the 25%?
So the process as it currently is a ballot, so they would use an independent electoral agent to actually put a ballot out to every single commercial ratepayer that would be impacted by this additional rate. So every single ratepayer that would have to pay will get the option to vote yes or vote no, basically. And then we're saying that we need at least 25% voting return rate to make a good decision on that.
Kendall, that's still basically self-selecting. Well, it's like a election process for us. You know, you could claim that a large number of disaffected people just don't bother to vote because they don't feel as though they make a difference. We're not applying exactly that to the situation, but you might get 25% of the voters there saying, yes, I'm going to go and vote because this will really help my business. We're the other ones who probably aren't affected positively or potentially can't see negative effect, but those who I say and don't feel strongly about it won't vote. So that 25% isn't really representative of the feeling of the entire group. So in that respect, you know, some more formalised bit of a survey where you choose a certain percentage of the total and just directly survey those people and just see if that offers a different result. Because if it did, once you have the outcome of the vote, you might think, well, do we have to actually put some more work in this because the outcomes might be quite different of those two approaches. But yeah, that's my 5 cents worth. I'm sure that the organisation itself would like the process to deliver a fairly accurate result anyway, because it's about sustainability moving forward, and they'd want to feel as though they've got an outcome that's reflective of the wish of that group. So, thanks, Ken.
Not sure there's anything to answer in there, but understanding the point, Councillor Taylor.
Just clarification for Councillor Curran, 100% of the people that are affected have a vote. You can't do a better survey than that, can you?
Saying of 75% don't bother to vote. So what are those 75% saying?
I mean, I don't know, but that's their choice. And I mean, I think part of this, if you look at 1A, I suppose before we move into our debate, is there any further questions of staff? I think they've given us a pretty good overview. And if there's no more questions of staff, we will have a mover. Councillor Morris is happy to move. I have a seconder. Councillor Curran, thank you, staff. And so we'll.
Yes, thank you for the report. I think that it is more appropriate, this is led by Papamoa Unlimited. It may take longer and it's harder, and in the previous paper, we discussed whether Te Whenua have the appropriate resourcing to deal with resource consent applications that come their way. And there was a general feeling that maybe they don't. And then I look at this paper and I go, are Papamoa Unlimited resource sufficiently to undertake this process? And I would say probably not. However, if it is to be an enduring and robust outcome for the community, then it needs to be led by the community. I think at present, if council led it, I think there would it would be less helpful in my view. And just speaking to the percentages of electors that we were talking about in the discussion on this item, I do note that councils in the UK, if they wish to increase their rates by more than 3% if they don't provide social services, or 5% if they do, they have to go out and have a referendum and seek the mandate of their community in order to raise rates above 5%. It'd be a good thing to do in New Zealand, wouldn't it?
Does the seconder wish to speak now or reserve their right to speak later?
Reserve the petition on speak.
Any further discussion or debate? Councillor Taylor?
Notwithstanding my impatience on increasing this, it really comes down to the resourcing for this entity, which I think adds a value to the community of Papamoa, and I think if council can assist them to get this process underway and moving, I think it is a worthwhile thing to do.
Thank you. Councillor Baker, you're fine.
Sorry to break the protocol, just wanting clarity with the whole discussion around the majority vote thing. When does that need to land? Because I'm supportive of what's being recommended, I just don't want them to go and do all of this work knowing that we've got a different threshold that we might be measuring by.
Mr. Chair, the answer will be as soon as possible. Papamoa Unlimited are looking for feedback on a process which will be acceptable to council, and I guess leaving out a clinch number like that early on doesn't give them any certainty. So depending on how quickly you could discuss it amongst yourselves today, or maybe the first meeting of the new council, of the new committee in February or March next year, whenever that comes through.
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. I think also, just because the concept of the 50+1 versus a higher standard, I think part of the value of having Papamoa Unlimited go out and drive this and try and sell this to their broader community, as they will be getting that immediate feedback as they go. So setting any, it's an arbitrary number, but setting a higher benchmark for them may not give them that chance to feel like they've got a fair fight in what they understand as a normal process of 50%+1. So I think from my point of view, we don't need to complicate things too much. We don't need to set the standards too high. We don't want to take away any drive or initiative that they may have. We were all pleasantly surprised at how well they have done and some of those great events that they're bringing to that community. And if one of the ways that they can continue to deliver for their community is to convince or to be confident that a slightly wider targeted rate space helps them deliver more, I think we could sit by and support and be happy with the outcome. Thank you. Councillor Curran.
I will speak. It's just triggered a thought of the timing, because it's in the current landscape have been hit with quite a large commercial rate recently, and then to be pitched with another tax, it's unfortunate the timing is in its current environment. But I'm sure that will have some sort of influence in the outcome, and hopefully, well, whatever it will be. I just thought I would mention that.
There's no further debate. Back to you, councillor.
I won't look a gift horse in the mouth, Mr. Chair, if you're seeking further contribution from me. I understand where councillor Kirak is coming from in terms of the environment out there with the commercial ratepayer. That's a difficult environment to be walking into. So if I can offer some obiter as senior partner and managing director of Bush Legal, if the council team can offer as much support as practical, that not in a way that's not inconsistent with the resolution, that would be much appreciated from me, and I think help.
Thank you, councillor Morris. So, debate has finished. I'll now put the following motion to be voted on. Get up on the screen. I can read this one. Apparently I'm allowed to read this one. It's short. Haven't had much to do today, so I'm going to contribute. Recommendations that the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee, A, receives the report potential expansion of Papamoa Main Street targeted rate area. B, supports Papamoa Unlimited commencing a process consistent with the attached expansion process document, and ensure they report back to this committee periodically on progress. All those in favour? Aye. Aye. All those against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number, what are we up to? 10.8. The draft alcohol fees bylaw. I understand that Councillor Taylor excused himself. And and we have Nigel and Jane and supporting Ms. Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We currently use fees for alcohol licensing charges that are set by the sale and supply of alcohol fees regulations. They were set in 2013 and they haven't changed since. So it really means that only about 40% of our costs in our alcohol licensing work is cost recovered, and approximately 60% is paid for by the ratepayer. The Act does allow us to set charges through a bylaw if councils choose to do that. And on the 15th of October, this committee agreed to develop a bylaw to allow those fees to be set directly through your annual planning and long-term planning process. That draft bylaw has now been written, prepared, and it is attached to this report. You'll see it's relatively straightforward, and we are recommending a consultation process through February and March next year. Really importantly, the quantum of the fees or the charges that we set will not be done through this process. The question really is for the community: do you want the tool that allows you to set fees for alcohol licensing by council? We have included in the draft bylaw on that Schedule 1 some indicative fees if, in the worst case scenario, council were recovering costs at 100%. And that was something that we discussed on the 15th of October, and really about being entirely transparent with the community, and in particular with licence holders, what this could mean if recovery increased. We did seek feedback, as we'd indicated in that paper, from the main streets. just to give them a heads up that this was being considered by council and their thoughts and views on that. Jane and Nigel went along to that meeting and really summarised, I think, their initial reaction that the cost burden was going to be great. They did ask, could council be delivering its service in a different way, so that it wasn't about increasing charges, it was about us doing something differently. Wanting a long consultation time because there are a lot of premises and licence holders across the city that this could impact. Recommended that forums are a really valuable way of getting information across, and also asking whether council would consider a transition of change. So rather than introduce full cost recovery on a specific date, maybe, and other councils have done this, introducing it over time. So you might introduce 60% cost recovery year one, 70% in the subsequent year. But just to confirm that the decision in front of you today is to improve the draft bylaw that is a tool to allow you to set those charges. It is not setting the charges. Any decision on those levels will come to you at a later date, but you can't make that decision unless you've got the bylaw, the tool in place.
Anything from staff?
I'm happy for you to take the report as read and just answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? No. Must be a good report, or well read, either or both. Okay, Paul, is that a request to move, or is that a question, Councillor Morris?
Oh, I asked you that has suggested that I exercise this arm, so you've been calling on me unnecessarily all during the meeting, but that's all right. No. Yeah, I'll ask a question if I may.
Yes.
Is this something that's going to be consulted on through drafting your plan, or is this a special consultative procedure that we're doing before that?
Before that, so this has, under the Act, the bylaw itself has its own process, so we need to consult on this beforehand.
Supplementary, how do we ensure that the wider public, because they are the other side of the seesaw here, how do we ensure the wider public are well aware of the consequences of this decision for them?
And we're happy to take the lead of the committee, but that's the same conversation we have all the time. You know, how many people need to get eyes on this, to understand it, to make sure that the feedback comes from both sides of a particular binary story, if it's binary, or more nuanced than that, if it's more nuanced.
And if I could follow, Chair, I think there's a philosophical question here for ratepayers about how much they want to be subsidising alcohol licensing for premises and managers across the city, but then also some really targeted consultation required for those premises where the cost implications might have an impact.
Councillor Curran.
Yeah, the support for the ratepayer paying is the community good in terms of addressing the negative effects of alcohol consumption and purchase. So in terms of the question is not around that, but around the quantum, the dollars that we're talking about. You mentioned earlier the costs over the time since the last review have gone up significantly. Have you measured it by a comparison with, say, CPI or some inflation measure versus what the actual costs have risen by? Would it be totally out of whack with inflation over that period, or you haven't done that work? It's just out of interest to me. And what would have caused that, if it is way above inflation? Because I'm anticipating a question from the people that will be paying, and their question is, do you think this is reasonable? Why has the cost gone up so much more than inflation?
I'll answer first, but I suspect there'll be some follow-up from the team. We haven't done an analysis that tracks this against CPI, but if you were to look at 4 or 5% increases over time, and in the last 11 years, that hasn't been applied to fees increasing. But I think also the landscape has changed somewhat, and in particular what Nigel's team have noticed in the last year with the changes around people being able to participate in a hearings process in a way that hasn't happened before. It's a much more open process. We're getting double the amount of hearings for premises. That's a substantial amount of work, not only for our DLC, but also staff and preparing. There's almost, I would say, one a week over the next year now for hearings, and we might have had 5 or 6 a year in past years.
So you can't compare apples with apples.
Councillor Baker, not many of us left, you're right. Okay, just a couple, just from me, just in terms of Main Street, did you any feedback from them in terms of whether those people would be fundamentally opposed to the concept of user pays, or more of the sort of shock of the quantum?
We didn't talk specifically around amounts, but certainly there was some concern that this was another hit, if you like. But our main reason for being with and around the table with Main Street was to give them a good heads up, because that's the signal they've been giving us and giving council all along, is that when there's possible changes afoot, it really helps for people to know rather than be surprised. So the feeling around the table was more around the fact that they appreciated the fact that we took the time to be there and explain what was coming, not to be too alarmed, and that this was all part of a process, and certainly consultation was going to play a really big part in how we progressed this, or how council progressed it.
Thank you for that approach. I suppose just, and the second question, just Sarah, to you, we had a brief chat, just talking the basic maths around the 140% at the moment is covered. There's 60% as general rates. So if you did the maths on that, you're looking at a 150% increase. Looking at the indicative numbers, again, I know today's not about that, but they're looking at about that 245. So you have explained. So could you just explain through that difference between where those two numbers don't quite align, just to information for the elected members?
Thank you, Councillor Schuller, and it was your maths that you sent through. I think if you look at Schedule 1, the quantum of change is significant and more than you would expect to see if you were moving from 40% cost recovered to 100%. And that reflects, we talked a bit about this in the 15th of October meeting, that managers' licence fees are set by government across New Zealand and they can't change. The charge of that doesn't cover the cost of administration, so it costs a lot more to process those, but it's a fixed set charge that all councils must adhere to. So in order to balance 100% cost recovery, it means that licences for premises carry the weight of that somewhat. In part, does that matter because the managers are working at those premises? But it also means it's not a simple exercise of proportionality.
Thank you. And just in general, I suppose the other question would be about, I mean, again, we're focusing on the policy, but would this also be an opportunity to, would it be separate of looking at it in terms of our internal efficiencies and how we go about our processes to make sure that these fees are kept to a minimum as much as we can through our internal processes?
That'll be a really important part of presenting you with the information. If you agree to a bylaw and then want to amend the fees and charges, we would present you with information like the costs it is in administering the licensing fees, and also options around do you want 100% cost recovery, or is there an element of public good? So we can have those discussions about what you would like to consider when you make those decisions, but that's not what's in front of us today.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, when it does come back to us, I think it would be useful from my personal perspective to see what other councils are charging in this, because obviously it's a regulatory function, so we can't go to market to try and deal with some of that price flexibility, but an idea about what other local authorities are doing might help give comfort in terms of those numbers there.
Thank you. So no further questions of staff. Can I ask for a mover? Councillor Kurak, seconder. Councillor Baker. The old team's back together. Right, so any debate, gentlemen?
No, I'm not going to go out for consultation in terms of the quantum, also the policy around who pays, because you've got arguments about the exacerbator should pay, but then you've got the who benefits, the outlets don't benefit, because this is a regulatory requirement, and that requirement is to look after the interest of the public. So the public are the beneficiaries. It's the cost burden on the providers. And somewhere, in my mind, but this is getting on to a later debate when we set the fee, is somewhere in the middle. I wouldn't like to go too far in terms of hitting the provider at the end of the day, because we are aware that trading conditions aren't that favourable and are up against it, as I mentioned in the item before. But it comes down to that principle about who should be doing the payment and who gets the benefits. So it'll be a good and robust debate, I'm sure, but let's go out with this and see what we get back.
Councillor Morris.
Yeah, I don't think Councillor Kurak is barking up the wrong tree, because I think this echoes the discussion we had around dog licensing fees, which is 90-10% split. So again, I think it would be useful when we do get to that place to see what public good / user exacerbator pays principles we've taken across our regulatory functions, and maybe try and achieve some consistency there.
Thank you. Apologies, Councillor Baker, I didn't ask you if you wanted to speak or reserve your right, but you're the only one left, so. Good, so if you have any, so no further debate, and the mover is happy to see what he needs. We will put this up on the board, on the screen, and I'll read this. Recommend let's put the motion that the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee receives the report draft alcohol fees bylaw. B, approves the draft alcohol fees bylaw attachment 1 and the statement of proposal attachment 2 for community consultation. And C, authorises the general manager, regulatory and compliance to make any necessary minor drafting or presentation changes to the draft alcohol fees bylaw, statement of proposal and related consultation material before consultation. All those in favour? All those against? Carried, thank you. So this is a good time to have a lunch break.
Already, why don't we keep going?
No, we'll have half an hour if we can, so 12:35 to the meeting. 21:05, thank you. Everybody, if you can take your seats.
Ask Alice to repeat your right now. Very well.
Welcome everybody, we convene at 1:05 PM. Moving on to item 10.9, excuse me, library community hubs, cashless payments, and Barbara, is that you? And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'd like to introduce two of our staff. We've got Joanna Thomas here, who's the manager of our library and community hubs, of which we've got 4 plus a bus. And Jeremy, who's the team leader at our central city library. So this paper is about a conversation we've had for most of the year, and the intention to go cashless within our libraries. The paper outlines reasons why, but also more importantly, outlines the approach that the team will take with the 0.1% of our customers that still use cash when they come into the library. And I think you can take it as a given that our library and community hub customer service staff will do that in a very caring way. Before I hand over to Joanna though, and Jeremy, I'd just like to note that we do have, or TCC does have an option available for people who still would like to take cash or pay in cash. And Joanna will go through that in a little bit more detail. So over to you, Joanna.
Thank you, Barbara. So as Barbara said, this report details our approach to inform residents that library and community hubs will not take cash payments from the middle of next year. A little bit of background as to why this change has been planned right now was that in 2023 we were planning the design of the new building, the new library community hub for Willow Street, Manawataki o Te Papa. It would be an expense to add cash handling facilities into that building. But most importantly, the design of the building is very open. The staff will be working in a central core, working closely with all visitors to the building. Certainly not like a big stand-up counter like this here at Regional House. So it wasn't conducive to handling large amounts of cash, so rates payments in that design. So that was one of the prompts that led to this decision being made. We also looked at what's happening in other councils, and we've got feedback from Auckland and Wellington who've made this change in their library community hubs. I thought, maybe it's not good to mention Auckland and Wellington to elected members. Maybe they're not good examples at the moment. But another interesting example is that Waikato Council, so Ngaruawahia and Huntly, they have not had cash receiving in their libraries and service centres since 2011. So there's a little council that took that initiative, and I've had some good chats with them about how they manage that. As Barbara says, there are options for residents to pay in cash. We have an existing relationship with New Zealand Post, and they have 7 post shops conveniently located around Tauranga. And people are already used to going to post shop to pay in cash, so that's really cost effective, more cost effective to continue that relationship with New Zealand Post than would be to retain handling the cash ourselves. And the other sort of change that's been happening over the last few years is that we've been receiving our council payments at the Mount Maunganui, Greaton and Papamoa libraries by EFTPOS only. So that's since before COVID we started doing that, and now just this year moved into Monday to Friday, having a full-time service where council payments can be taken there, and it is EFTPOS only, and we haven't had negative feedback about that. Because people enjoy obviously being able to pay close to where they live instead of coming into town, and they also have the option to go to a nearby post shop
if they want to take their bill and go down there and pay it in cash. Library cash payments, they are quite different, I guess, to council payments in that they're generally very small amounts of money. Printing is 30 cents a page. That's the highest number of transactions in the library are for printing. And books that are paid for are $3 each, so $3 per time. So those are quite small amounts of money. But we realise that will be, it'll be an important change for library customers, and this, what is outlined in the report, is how that we will look after the small number of people who do pay in cash, and make sure that we help them with their options, so that no one is disadvantaged. And there's quite a bit of detail in there about those plans. So we're happy to answer any questions that come out of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, through you, Chair, I just wanted to, do we want to touch on the SAP change, which is a costly change if we want to continue with taking cash?
Yep, so over the last 2 years as well, digital services and finance have been planning to migrate revenues, payments into council from our old unsupported system to the new SAP enterprise system. And so the timeframe for that to happen was those payments will start migrating from July 2025. So again, it would be a cost saving not to have cash as an option in the SAP system. So that's another positive factor, I guess, about the decision, making it practical and cost effective from a council point of view anyway.
Thank you guys. Any questions to staff? Councillor Taylor, yes.
Legal tender, does that mean we have to accept it? I'm just wondering whether we come unstuck from
Good question. Jerry's going to answer that one.
Thank you. Yeah, we arranged for an internal review to ask exactly that, and the answer was that we checked against the guidance that exists with the Reserve Bank, and they advised that there's no obligation to retain cash per se, but really we need to ensure that our terms and conditions are reviewed to enable, that our contract with your customer is clear in terms of what we're going to offer as our payment options, and equally it will then support some potentially debt collection. So we have reached out to sort of kind of complete that revision before the change occurs.
Joanna, when you finished your summary there, you said that's from council's perspective anyway. So from the library user's perspective, you obviously have a bit of informal engagement. Once that calmed down, what has been the response from someone that's paying cash? Have you said, actually we're looking at banning cash soon? Have you got some informal consultation sort of advice that you can give us in terms of the acceptance by the public?
Yeah, I guess that's a good question. I think it would be exactly the same feedback if you asked your family, that you asked your friends and neighbours. Some people think it's fine, some people aren't in favour of it.
We're talking about the smallest $3 library loan fee and the printing, that sort of level. It would be probably a stronger resistance from those people to someone who's paying a much larger bill, because I think I don't carry cash, but some people do, particularly smaller amounts, and it's convenient to pay like that. So
yeah. So you're absolutely right. The smaller transactions are the more numerous than in cash. In terms of cash, you're absolutely right. So the need to work with people on that. We have been successful with self-service. So there is quite a lot of self-service in the library that's been promoted over the years. So you'll notice that there's kiosks where people take their books out, so then they need to use EFTPOS to do that. And with their printing, we have had a self-service option, and where people would use their EFTPOS card to pay for their printing. And we've had to change that because of some digital issues, but we're being able to bring that back for the new building. So those changes have been accepted, although people said, I don't want to use a self-issue machine. When it was brought in and promoted and people were helped through it, then people did. So I think, yes, it is kind of technology change that does sometimes get resistance, and we will just be able to help people through that. And we have like little ways of doing that, like you don't have to pay, if you're just taking one book, you don't have to pay on the day. You can wait till you've got 4 books and pay your $12 at once.
Any further questions of staff? Okay, so, can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by councillor Taylor, seconded councillor Baker. Councillor Taylor?
I think it's something we probably do have to start broaching with the public, and probably earlier the better, even just a sign to say we're proposing doing this, may get us some feedback that can make us a bit more comfortable with the decision.
Yeah, councillor Baker, do you wish to?
Yeah, sorry for breaking protocol again. I did have a question that I forgot to ask earlier, probably either to Marty or to Barbara. Just so I'm clear around governance and operations, why has this one come to us? Because it feels quite operational. Just for learning sakes, more than questioning the decision.
I think with the nature of the terms of reference for this committee, communication, transparency and engagement, I think there'll be some matters, unless you direct otherwise, that we want to bring to you because we think they're important for the community. So it's around you understanding what's happening at an operational level. We've just brought the report for information, just so you know what's happening in the community.
That's good. I think it's a great bit of info, and appreciate the work gone into it and the care for the small group that will be inconvenienced or impacted too. That's great care. Thank you.
And secondly, you want to speak, or you're fine? So no other discussion or debate. So I put that up on the. Yep, well, actually I'll read it. Yeah, simple, we could have. Recommendations that the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee receives the report Library Community Hubs Cashless Payments. B, notes the proposed approach for informing the community of the change. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried, thank you. Moving on to now item 10.10, Community Emergency Hub Pilot. And again, Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So Paula is here? Oh.
We've got Paula here instead of Dan Pearce.
Okay, Paula.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is another one of those, councillor, where it's for your information. So I think if you've been around a long time, you'll remember that civil defence, we had welfare centres where people could go in a situation of an emergency. Times moved on. We moved away from welfare centres and setting up a hall where there was blankets and what have you. And now we're looking more at community-led hubs. And I'm going to pass over to Paula to give you a bit of an outline of what that looks like and the people that we're working with to ensure that we can set those up.
Thank you, Barbara. Good afternoon, Chair and elected members of our executive. So take the report as read, and as Barbara said, it's purely for information. We thought that it would be good to brief you, so when you might start hearing your respective wards maybe speaking about what this is, you at least have some insight prior to that time. So what we have noted, well, probably ever since I've been in the role, is an increasing move from a somewhat stable climate to a very chaotic climate. And with this is coming the increase in frequency and severity of weather events and the impacts of those as well. So last year we had a significant impact to different parts of the country, and there's been an excess of 19 reports that were all done with regards to reviewing those responses. A common theme through all of that is a more formalising the role of community in the emergency management sector, because essentially community are our first responders. Community see to community before the rest of the services arrive. So how do we best support them, and how do we best help them build capability and capacity building? So the community emergency hubs have been run through in Wellington for quite a significant period of time. And so our team, in consultation or discussion with them, I think this is a really good model for us here. So as Barbara says, it is it'll be community-led, community-activated. It's not led by my team at all. We all help with the building of those capabilities and capacities and helping with some resourcing where we can. Where appropriate, but essentially it's for that community to know when the balloon goes up, particularly if they're a community that's going to be cut off, where do they access information, where do they access other members of the community, where do they go to offer assistance to other members of the community, and if that particular ward isn't impacted, actually how do we move to the next ward and help our community in those wards as well. So that is the real thinking about it, but basically also we've seen my team and myself deployed many times last year to go and help our colleagues that were being smashed from Tairāwhiti to Hawke's Bay, Wairoa, etc. And what was very evident, particularly in Wairoa, was where they lost all comms, to go back to real old school. How do we let communities know what's going on, when they'll get more information? How do we know what the community's needs are? And they resorted to finding a building that was well known in the space and going and putting up paper notices. That became a practice. The community could know at this time on this day, that's where they'll find it. So we know that our brains can't think of anything new in crisis. So the quicker we get these things established and the community knows that they're there, the frequency of information being fed in and out, the better that will be for our communities and essentially hopefully for their resilience as well. Part of this project, so we are piloting Oromotai and Matua as a start. We've got 6 facilities that we have MOUs with, and we're starting there because we did have an established community response team there. We haven't, just for your information, the marae aren't included in this project because we have a separate program of work with marae under marae preparedness, and we already have a number of those marae that we're supporting in a number of ways. Some of them did stand up for us last year or stand up for their communities. So this is not necessarily reflected in the paper that I've put forward, Dan's put forward today. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Regarding the resources that could actually exist out there, and I'm thinking of community patrols. We had contact a couple of months ago, Councillor Schooler and myself, from a group trying to re-establish the Mount Community Patrol, because apparently the Papamoa one, Councillor Morris, is really successful. So you've got people out there that are really keen and willing to offer these services, and I'm thinking, is there some natural fit in terms of somehow organising a wider net in terms of what's available out there, and even neighbourhood watch groups? I'm familiar with the content or that sort of resource and how it could fit, but are you looking, what's out there already? Somehow get them prepared.
Absolutely. We work a lot with both those organisations. We actually fund neighbourhood support to deliver some safety aspects for us as well. So yeah, they are a player or stakeholder in the space already, and we do where we can seek their support, and likewise they seek our support as well.
Councillor Morris, I see you exercising your shoulder there. Yeah, I've got to do it several times a day according to the hospital.
Thank you, Paula. Just a question on point 3, the plans to deliver the program across the city. Could you expand on that, what it looks like beyond March or time?
Yep, so the plan is that we will have these within each of the wards. And when we go ward by ward, we'll be having a look at, I suppose, vulnerabilities, areas of vulnerability, looking at composition of community insofar as we don't want, in terms of access in that space, there is a certain distance that determines how many hubs we'll have as well. But yes, the intent is for the whole city that we'll be rolling in that. So we're starting, as I say, with Martu and Otamotai piloting. We gather there will be some learnings out of that. And post that, then we'll embark on a rollout in the next suburbs.
Thank you. And at the beginning of this process, do you seek expressions of interest, or how do you identify the organisations within the community that may be open to partnering with council?
So my team have gone into those communities, to the various stakeholders, had meetings, community-wide meetings, and it has been a process of consulting with those that have attended, and I suppose the fewer that have said yes, they're willing for their facilities to be utilised. So there's been extensive consultation by the team, and what we're now looking at, the next lot of consultation will actually be with the community that are going to be the ones supporting that, using that. So at this point, it's been more the host or the providers here.
Just from me, Paul, thanks for the report. Just you mentioned the marae aren't included. Obviously, in a time of crisis or emergency, sort of a bit of a tato, everyone's sort of in it together. Is there any initiative within that, even though they are two separate entities, that they would obviously be able to, to a degree, function together or collaboratively, or certainly complement each other in the time of a crisis?
Yeah, absolutely. There'd be nothing stopping that. I think the program that we're running, rolling out with the emergency hubs, differs slightly, as they're not intended to be a place where community sleeps, whereas Marae have geared up to provide that function for us. So we have 6 of our Marae already that are part of our program, and that we have funded in one way or another in terms of improvements to enable them to better provide for us when they decide that they need to stand up for their communities. Last year there was a number, I think there was 5 last year that stood up, and retrospectively we've gone and offered accessibility audits for them, so that where needed we can do those bits and pieces of work, but a bit of a different model to the emergency hubs insofar as the feeding, the provision of sleeping, etc. Yeah.
Councillor Baker.
Cool, Paula. Great initiative. Just a couple of questions. What's the extent of capability support that would be providing these community members? And what's the other one? And how do we kind of mitigate any risk if we're the ones building capability and then something freaky happens? How do we navigate that?
Yeah, so we have put that through our legal team already, and so far as the way that our MOUs have been put together, we are helping with the establishment, but we don't direct them. This is an initiative, use it or don't. If you choose to use it, this is the supports we can offer you, should you ask for them, but very much has to be community-led. Our MOUs have also been drafted in a way insofar as making sure that the host's insurance cover anything that comes out of that. So yeah, it's been a bit of a thorough process with our legal team.
The extent of capability?
The extent of capability, I suppose, would depend on what they ask us for. So if they say, give us a response plan, for example, can you help us with, I don't know, a database of local residents, those kind of things, we can help them with those things. There is some things like, down the line, once we've piloted, is the need for us to assist with comms. So would we need to assist in putting Starlinks in, for example, and assisting with training and so far as that. There probably is some capability development that might be useful in terms of the SIM structure, so the coordinated incident management system that we all work according to. Maybe some other aspects of some of the CDM training that may just at that foundational level that they have an understanding of who's out there, who the role players, this is your into the emergency operations centre, this is who'll be calling you back. Just some of that broadening their awareness. But again, as I say, even resourcing, if it gets that we think that comms is important, we will support them with regards to funding applications. If they lack that kind of capability within the community itself, those are obviously things we will support.
Thank you. No further questions. I just will don't want to be too flippant, but I noticed starting in Councillor Crowther's role here, so he'll be very happy. His ward is getting some love, but probably the icing on the cake for him would be if we make the hub at the Otamoto pool, and so he could kill two birds with one stone, keep them both. But thank you very much. And so, is there any no further questions of staff? So ask for a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Baker. And Councillor Kurak. Mover would like to speak? No. Seconder, reserve. Any discussion? It's also a no. Okay, so put it to the vote that the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee receives the report Community Emergency Hub Pilot. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to excuse me, item 10.11, communication and engagement, our changing climate, and I believe Dan's here. Yes, good. And alongside him now, Lucy. Oh, yeah, good. Lucy. Up to you.
Through you, the chair, I'll just begin. Gareth is he is the GM sponsor for this piece of work. So asked me to introduce, and then I'll pass over to Dan and the team for their brief run through of the 3-year plan. So the only thing I wanted to say was that the timing of this is ideal after the recent release of a report from the Auditor General looking at the actions of 4 councils in their response to climate change or to a changing climate. So that report showed that effective engagement by councils within their communities is an important part of any council's climate change response. And the Auditor General said maintaining community support is critical to the success of climate-related actions, and keeping the community well informed of progress is fundamental to maintaining that support. So time is right to have this paper. Over to you, Dan.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Emily, and thanks for stealing my slide. Can we skip to the next slide 3 then? Thanks for that quick intro, and Anna was one of the team leaders in my team, and Lucy has worked on this bit of work with us, so thanks for joining me. In terms of our challenges in Tauranga, we do, given we're surrounded by water, we tend to have a very high risk of flooding. And thank you to Paula for raising all of the issues that we've been seeing around this country in terms of intensity of flooding and storm events. One of the other challenges, as you know, is congestion, which I know is close to a few people's hearts. But from our point of view, it's the emissions associated with transport within Tauranga that we're up against. In addition to what has come out from the Auditor General a couple of weeks ago, there are various sets of legislation that speak to us engaging with the community and understanding what the impacts are and communicating those with the community, in particular where they're at high risk of events and those events happening more frequently. Through all those bits of legislation, the common theme is the engagement with the community so that they can be prepared, but also understand what the likely impacts are for natural hazards and the effects of natural hazards. Just a quick summary of the paper and what we're hoping to achieve through the strategy is build that community awareness and engagement. And along with that then becomes how we respond as TCC, but also how the community can respond and be prepared. What we've done is broken up into 3 stages. And if you go to the next slide, I've just covered off those stages. So initially what we thought was that it would be best to start with explaining the types of things we are doing and the changes we are making to be prepared for this, as well as the community. Stage 2, the second stage from next year effectively is around the types of events that they can expect and the impact on them. And then stage 3, what we can do together, in particular when it comes to community-led planning processes, and be familiar with the DAP process, which is one of the guidelines or processes given by MFE to engage with the community around adaptation planning. And so how we get the community step by step to work through to that point that they're ready for those harder conversations. And from our perspective, we haven't prepared a thorough or a specific plan for stage 1 because we thought it would be good to come to you and get your input in this, given it is part of how we're going to engage with the community, and so are able to form it based on what you think the constituents would be best served by. Next slide. Just real quick to close off, some of the other things we're doing around council is further citywide risk and vulnerability assessments, so that we are aware of where the impacts are going to be highest, as well as those parts of the community that are most vulnerable, some resilience funding, and everything that's up there. But we'd be more than happy to speak to those if anybody's interested at some stage. The paper does ask for approval for our approach, but obviously willing to take some questions.
Thank you. Councillor Kure.
Thank you for the presentation. Just thinking of what's in the report and moving forward with it. What are the financial implications? I'm thinking there's a budget coming up soon for us to discuss. I've got a number that's been put into that budget, and then also looking forward into the future. Specifically on anything that's rolled out through this process.
I can talk to that. So the budget for this work is provided under the Climate AOP, which was funded through the long-term plan. We have sought out some idea of costings, like low cost and also like value added costs to deliver this over the period of the 3 years. We've just developed a little bit of a table for yourselves to look at so that you can have a look at the option across those 3 years of the different costs. We thought it was important to provide you with a low cost option, but also a value added option. And the main difference in those is the audience that we reach. That's one of the critical things, I think, when you're talking about investment and engagement, is we have a number of free channels at council that we can use. And that makes it very low cost for us to deliver some of the engagement. But that doesn't factor in the need that we do need to reach citywide. We need to reach newer audiences, and that comes at a cost. So we laid these out here just to give you some idea. But once again, we can hit it wherever we need to, really, depending on what as elected members you feel is that importance of it.
But just looking at numbers, they exclude any internal costs. These are additional resources.
Yes, that's correct.
No further questions of staff. Thank you very much, guys. I ask for a mover and a seconder again. Councillor Taylor and Councillor Morris. Correct. Councillor Taylor, anything you?
I think idea of this is fantastic. We need to start educating the public. I'm really keen to actually see what some of the practical, for example, emission reduction processes are that we can actually put out there in the community to reduce emissions. So it's an example of what are the practical things that we can actually do. This seems a lot of discussion and a lot of education, but yeah, what other bits that we can add to it.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Supportive of certainly an expectation out there in our communities that we need to progress in a manner that's appropriate.
Thank you. So no further discussion amongst the debate amongst the EMs. I'll put this to the vote. That the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee, A, receives the report, Communication and Engagement, our changing climate, and B, approves progressing with the three-stage approach to engage with communities on our changing climate. All those in favour, say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Moving right along, item 10.12. Yes, we've got backflow prevention device installed, Mount Maunganui and Te Whaka Central Business Districts. And we have Peter Bars and that's good. Over to you, gentlemen.
Afternoon. Just by way of introduction, backflow prevention is part of an ongoing program that we have. We have backflow prevention devices installed all around the city. We doing a specific survey piece of work as required under more recent legislation. We just felt it was important to bring this piece of work to the committee on the basis that it affected a number of businesses in Mount Maunganui, particularly on the High Street. And we expect a similar type of outcome for when we do the survey in Te Whaka Central Business District. As a result, we also conscious of the fact that the owners are going through some hard times with other fee increases, and we thought it was an opportunity just to bring the matter back. But it is something of an ongoing program, so there's nothing new. It's just that we felt it a particularly sensitive issue, and therefore felt that we should bring it to this committee. We've presented, obviously, there's three options with the preferred option. But happy to answer any questions or discuss further.
Thank you for the report. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How confident are you around that 3K figure? I know Auckland / Watercare adopt the approach where they tell someone they need to do a backflow preventer, and then it's up to that person to go to market, install it, and then send evidence that they've done it back to Watercare. How confident are you that that 3K figure is realistic in the total market?
Yeah, so we've installed about 100 devices across the city. So traditionally with these devices, it's probably slightly less than that. Having had a quote done, the Mount CBD in particular, we feel pretty confident that this is conservative, but not excessively so. So the worst thing we can do, and we've done in the past, is undersell ourselves and say it's going to be one thing, it comes in more. So. Yeah.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for bringing this to council. It is something that Mount Main Street, I was meeting there the other week, and they did bring it up as an issue for the businesses there. Can you just briefly describe the process that's involved with this? That might help us understand how we get to $3,000. Like, what do we do? Cut a pipe and stick something in, or?
Yeah, so the work itself involves about a 2 to 3 hour water shutdown. So we'll shut it down at the existing Toby or the water meter. They'll excavate around where they need the, so it's in a box similar to what your water meter box looks like, just downstream of it, so the property side of it. They'll excavate around existing services, cut in the required fittings, so that's just a double check valve in this case. Reinstate it with the box, reseal, in this case redo the tiling for the footpath, and turn the water back on with some flushing just to make sure everything's all hunky dory.
So quite a bit of groundwork and stuff has to be done.
Case by case, really.
Councillor Curran.
Are there any councils where this is ratepayer funding?
Sorry, where it's appropriate funded, did you ask? Correct. Yeah.
So
So,
number that just charge the property because they see it as a public.
yeah, so they own the cost themselves and use a wire ratepayer to subsidise those that are causing the backflow risk, correct?
But those that are causing the backflow risk are potentially essential services, normal business, commerce type operations are not just like bad operators who are causing risk. It's just normal that these businesses have that potential for a negative backflow effect.
I guess it's all based on the risk of what activity happens on the business side of the water connection. So if you, in a chemical producer, for example, it's a higher risk of that product getting back into the system. Therefore, we have a higher level of backflow prevention. If it's a normal commercial building, it could just be a very low risk, like a normal household connection. So with minimal cost.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Supplementary to my earlier question, that $3,000 figure, is that inclusive of one of those high risk RPZ devices, or are they more pricey?
So this is for a double check install, so it's not for an RPZ installation.
How much would an RPZ installation cost typically?
So the conservative quote off Mount Main Street would be about $5,000.
Councillor Baker. Oh, sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Just a very quick one. I presume new buildings that we're currently underway, they would have these things built in as a matter of course?
Generally speaking, that's correct, provided we know what the level of risk is prior to them establishing the building. Sometimes it's a tenanted and the owner doesn't want to indicate what type of business would go in there at the time. So based on the information we provided, we then give advice as to what backflow device should go in. Typically, if there's uncertainty to future-proof it, an RPZ would be a good option, but we can't insist on that until we understand the hazard. And part of the reason for the rolling surveys that we have to undertake is that ownership can change, or the risk behind the connection can change as well.
Surely the cost of doing this would be minimal, the most economic when they're actually building the building. You'd think it'd be, we can't put that into the consent process as a requirement, is it?
Unfortunately not.
And Councillor Morris, then Councillor Curran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the reason why I'm burrowing in here is I'm trying to understand in my mind where the tension, market tension, has an impact on the installation of these meters. So Auckland, again, they have to employ somebody. That person goes around and reminds people or tells people they need to install a backflow prevention meter. They can then go to the market, they get it put in, then provide evidence back. So there's a competitive market process there where you can select different providers. But if it's with council and then we just invoice the person, that market tension disappears. So how can we be confident that we are imposing upon building owners / tenants, more likely building owners, a competitive price for their backflow devices if we are the ones who are contracting and then just invoicing back?
Yeah, sure. So when we, I guess, initiated this project, we went through and we packaged up, $500,000 worth of these installs up to that value, and then we competitively tendered those. So we didn't just go out and just pick any contractor. We assumed that quantity of economies of scale would apply here and provide actually greater value than what a customer would get on a one-off install. And so far, we've been proven right in that regard, with quite a lot of our installs being cheaper than what people have gone and argued saying, I can get it for this, it's actually worked out to be cheaper.
So option one has been historically the way forward has been rolled out where the user pays. Do you think the level of resistance is low in that historically, and do you expect it to remain low? I've heard some sort of whispers here, there's a bit of concern about Main Street, etc. What do you anticipate?
To be confirmed, really, I think we've had quite a strong resistance to this, but it's legislatively required. So it's not something that we're choosing to do, it's something we are required to do, right? I do think there may be a greater level of resistance in these central business districts, hence why we're here.
So obviously, that's our call, whether we allow some sort of rate subsidy or not, but because I can see the argument, the business themselves don't actually have any benefit. This is for the community benefit of a safe water supply. But given that the people that have happily paid in the past hear that suddenly, Johnny come lately to get the ratepayer funded, it just wouldn't be fair. So in terms of that aspect alone, I can support option one. And,
Welcome, Molly.
It's a joint benefit for all of the people in those central business district areas. For example, last week we had a major water mains break right here in the CBD. Now, if that had happened and there was a industry or a building that had open tap to a tank or even a hose just left in a tank, there would have been backflow happening when the pressure dropped. And we could have people here in hotels with 100 people in the hotel or whatever. So there's a joint benefit from all of these properties in the commercial areas having backflow prevention, because they are the ones that are affected. So while they protect their neighbour protects them as well. It doesn't go wider because the rest of the network across the city stays pressured. Yeah, but in that local area, you can have quite major impacts and major health effects. So there is a real joint benefit in having this in these central business districts, because that's where a lot of people concentrate. So,
that was very helpful. Thank you. It certainly made my level of comfort far greater.
Yeah, we had a prime example right last week on one of our own properties.
But just fair to say, when you talk about resistance, the resistance isn't coming in principle for the need or for environmental protection. It's coming just for the dollars, which we're getting a bit of. I think when we look.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think in terms of the payment history, I think the team have done well to recover the invoices that have been established. I think we quote in the paper there's about 10% outstanding, but that's not a significant number overall.
Thank you, gentlemen. No further questions of staff? I was gonna.
Oh, you go for it.
I'll move. I'll move, and seconded by Councillor Morris. Yeah, I suppose looking at the options in front of us, I know they're put there to give us the ability to choose, but obviously this is an ongoing project rollout that's been pretty clearly explained to us, the needs and the benefits, and yes, it does come at a a cost to businesses, but it also creates benefits as well. So, you know, continuing with the status quo would be strongly support. And any other comments? But Taylor.
I would like to move an amendment that we go to option 2, which allows businesses to pay it off over a limited period of 6 months.
Over and think they're happy. Can you just give me 30 seconds?
Myself, personally, I'm not. I would prefer we stick with it. I think this has been, it's already a program that's in place, and people before have had to, I would prefer that we look at keeping the current situation and then allow for the management of any payments to be dealt with on a, you know, as they arose. If a business had a genuine case, they went to the council and talked about it, that would be fine. I think in principle, we should continue with the basic blunt approach.
Given what the chair's just said, I'll withdraw my proposed amendment.
Well, potentially not, you know.
Sorry, it's exactly the same thing, but it's done more.
I mean, yeah, we could ask, I'm sure that this has been managed already, I'm sure of it.
Sorry if I've disrupted the process.
Councillor Morris, seconder.
I do have some sympathy with former Councillor Taylor's position. Sorry, Councillor Taylor's former position. That being said, generally this sort of thing should sit with the landlord rather than the tenant, thinking in terms of where costs lie, although obviously that's the negotiation between the individual landlords and tenants. And having seen a quote for a property in Mangere and in Remuera, I can say that your quotes are bang on. So my one's between 4.2 and 5.2, so that's pretty good. That gives me some comfort.
Any further? Right, if there's no further debate, I will now put the following motion. That the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee, A, receives the report Backflow Prevention Device Installs, Mount Maunganui and Te Papa Central Business Districts. B, approves the installation of required backflow prevention devices in the Mount Maunganui and Te Papa Central Business Districts to commence in February 2025. And C, approves on charging the full cost of the backflow prevention devices and installation to customers via a single lump sum invoice. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, gentlemen. Yes.
Yeah, completely out of order question. Who's our first point of contact? Do we contact the named tenant or the person who's got the sign up in front of the property, or do we go through the rating database and go to the landlord? Landlord? Thank you, that's awesome.
Right, on to the last item on the agenda, 10.13. So a bit of deja vu. Ask the same gentleman to come forward.
Again, by just some background. So this is about a remote metering trial in the Windermere area. So the city's been on water meters since the early 2000s. We've been on a journey whether smart metering or remote metering is something that we wanted to embark on. We've tried to look at getting the business case to stack up, but that's never been the reality. But over time, the technology's changed. The cost of manual water reads have gone up. The cost of water's gone up. So there's a whole bunch of things to take into consideration. Also, the team of Jack and the team have worked with our smart lighting technology in terms of the communication, and we believe this is a good opportunity to retest that proof of concept as to whether we can get a business case to stack up and make this journey more palatable for us. There's some real benefits attached to remote metering that the paper discusses. But so really we wanted just to bring a trial to the Windermere area. We've chosen this specifically because we've had some challenges with water leaks in the past. And this is a good area to test the technology again. So so we're planning to roll that out in March, but we again wanted to bring that to the committee to understand how we're proposing to deliver that and the communication platform behind that. Take again questions or
Yes, thank you. Questions, councillor Curry.
It appears that the cost is about around about $200 a metre, is that right? And so asking similar question to Councillor Morris on the other previous issue, how accurate do you think that is in terms of rolling it out across the city?
So I mean, it's about $200 a metre, and that's at current rates. So you're not getting any of the economies of scale. If you were to do citywide, we're talking 450 metres versus 50,000. So the expectation would be it'd be not vastly cheaper, but it would be significantly cheaper to do it once you start getting those sort of things.
Taking everything into account, say citywide about 10 million capex, but there's in the savings that associated with the current system. So at the moment, you've calculated there is an actual benefit in terms of the net cost.
we see the benefit in capturing leaks early and ensuring. So effectively, although we cover our water costs through a tariff, our cost of producing that water is at a lower cost. You know, we've got to cover all the overheads and everything else that goes with it, but our actual production cost would be the single most cost that we'd be saving by capturing leaks early. So of that, you know, we quote in the paper, we give remissions of an equivalent of about $1 million a year. The production costs of that would be roughly a quarter of that. That would be direct real saving.
In terms of, supplementary, the technology to support it, that's the streetlight thingy bobs up the top there. Is that also taken into account? Sorry about the technical term, but whatever they're called, because they have a certain lifespan. Is that factored in the depreciation or replacement of all those? Which would, I suppose, that would have to be done anyway regarding smart lighting. Yeah.
You're exactly right. It's already accounted for. So this is hardware that TCC already own and maintain, and for us to be using it in this way doesn't cause them to degrade any faster or anything like that. You're just making more use of something that you already own and have to continually depreciate anyway. So.
Councillor Taylor.
So in terms of the technology, you talked about this Wi-Fi, whatever it is. Do you use that to detect the water leaks? Does that come back to some kind of AI that is continually looking at this thing?
So that the streetlight stuff is purely the comms network. It doesn't do anything. All it does is receive the data and then send it back to your base stations, and then we receive it via the cloud and do it on our desktops. So the actual leak detection stuff is all at the meter, and all it's doing is it's reading the usage through the meter and then telling you on a far higher resolution than currently. So you can find out every 15 minutes how much you use. So a leak would be found through, if over a 24-hour period, you never get a zero read. So if you never get a zero over 24 hours, you assume that there's a leak in that.
So I was going back to when it gets to home base, what do we do with the data? We must have something that's scanning it to come up and say, well, here's a problem, can't sort it out.
So we've got a third-party system that we're already using and currently implemented. So that does that for us and alarms it. It also gives us the means of viewing all that data and doing that sort of interrogation ourselves if we wanted to.
That's not very timely, and that we must only get a reading every 2 months. So is that how that works?
So yeah, currently we're only getting, yeah, exactly right. So we're getting every three months we're getting a read. So
we lost 3 months worth of water before we find out.
It's 1 month.
Councillor Kura, round two.
Yeah, it's just triggered a further thought. There's a there's a replacement of the existing water meters arranging to replace, I know ours was replaced about 3 years ago, I'm not sure, something like that. So would we pause that until the outcome of this trial? And because we don't want to be replacing the water meter sort of like next month when potentially it could be citywide, or what's the proposed rollout for the smart metering?
We've had fairly much a complete renewal of our fleet after 15 years. So installed in early 2000. So we're 20 years into that journey. So most of the meters are relatively new. We would then embark on a replacement program, including smart metering if we adopted it.
So it'd be worth noting that, these things don't come built into the meter, so retrofitting with the meter, but it can be done. And the fact that we've got a single fleet, maybe half of them are the same model and make, makes this retrofitting very simple. You're only going to have one device fit half your residential fleet, cost savings, and that would be an expectation of whatever you go with, that it would suit whatever you've already got on the ground, right, to avoid that situation.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou. Just for clarity, it says on page 161.19, around 450 households and businesses will have a remote meter installed in March 2025. Is that separate to this trial, or is that referring to this trial?
It's referring to this trial.
And is Windermere from where to where? Because there may or may not be a councillor living in that area.
I struggle to describe it, I should have brought
Is it like from the roundabout to the College Place?
Yeah, it's all the way up to the northeast.
And what's the impact on the residents, on the house when you install that? Is it pretty long?
It's really short shutdown, you're talking 20 minutes.
Oh,
So it's a quick shutdown, it can be done, we knock on the door and let them know, obviously they'll be notified ahead of time within the comms plan, but, and then once they do the install, replace the meter, and then flush the line for a couple of minutes, and then you're done.
I'll pass that on to the councillor.
Just one quick one.
Okay, well,
City where this has been implemented? Is there any city where this has been implemented in New Zealand?
They've got smart meters at various locations and trials in Auckland through Watercare. They're busy procuring smart metering currently. New Plymouth, the rollout was, I believe, was smart meters. So that was, and they will have finished the installation by July next year. So they're still busy implementing. For the rest, I'm not 100% sure.
A joint procurement to get the numbers up, price down for other cities?
We would certainly be, the fact that Watercare has just gone out to procurement process, we would be having discussions with them.
No further questions of staff there. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was great. And I hopefully that consider we're towards the top end of waters in the country, that we make sense that we're early adopters. Just a quick question before you go. So in the trial, the couple of in the terms of if you go to roll out, were there ramifications of that is passed on, or how is the big picture look?
It would be, clearly if we got the business case to stack up, then it would be self-explanatory. We'd probably put that forward as something to a long-term plan. And if necessary, bring it back to council.
But with this, it goes, we're heading in towards advanced asset management, but it also has a real customer benefit because they don't have to pay for leaks, that they detected earlier. But we also are making better use of our resources. We've got a lower leakage index across the network over time and better outcomes for the resources that we're extracting from. So yeah, it is more advanced asset management as a whole.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All right, so thank you, staff. Can I get a mover and a seconder for our last item of business? Hands go up. Councillor Baker and Councillor Taylor. Councillor Baker, would you like to speak? No. Councillor Taylor?
Just congratulate staff on what's a pretty cool thing that we can do and raise money.
Already any debate? No debate. So we'll put the last item of business to the vote. Recommendation that the Community Transparency and Engagement Committee receive the report Remote Metering Trial Windermere. Notes that the Windermere Remote Metering Trial is on track with meters scheduled for installation March 2025. C notes that this trial is accompanied by a community engagement plan to ensure residents are aware of the trial and understand how remote metering can benefit them. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Motion's carried. Thank you. All right, that brings us to the end of business. So item 10, late items, no late items. And so if we, Councillor Baker, if you could lead us closing karakia.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Ka whakaihia te tapu ka wā te ara ki mui a tātou kia tsuri ki whakataha ai, kia tsuri ki whakataha ai. Haingi e hui e, tāi ki e.
Thank you, everybody. The meeting is closed at